CHA Elections Coverage 2021, live at the Magdalena Grand Beach and Gulf Resort, Tobago. I'm Natoya Johnson Chapman, and this evening, as we await results of one of the most anticipated Tobago House of Assembly elections, we'll discuss some important facts and issues that are relating to Tobago. And with me this evening, we will have, of course, the VP of the Tobago Hotel Association, Mr. Kwesi Devines, as well will join us. The President of the Tobago Youth Council, Ms. Janae, as well as Ms. Shirley Cook will be here with us as well. We will, of course, get some insight from political analyst Professor Hamid Ghani, who will be with us with DK in studio in Trinidad, and so much more. And with that said, we'll head straight into a break. And when we come back, we'll head straight into the discussion this evening.
Positivity to me is a way of life. It's a way of being.
I like woods.
Tactical.
If I had so much
This place.
outside of the community.
So we know one of my gang leader.
Music is the healing.
Find a new skill to do something.
You want this to be 25% of your meal.
You can go to Olympics too.
Tokyo 2020 became the goal.
And we're going to talk about achieving.
And that was my dream, to get 9 ones.
Out of the word achieve, you're left with ICE. Now everybody could achieve and have.
I'm Renee Sion with another edition of Caribbean Week in Review.
This December, join with us as we bring to you messages of love, hope, and light, pure acoustic and intimate. We present to you The Gift of Christmas, featuring Jara Nurse, Candice Caton, Durrell Sandy, Chanel Spencer, Curtis Jordan, Renee Lawrence, Nathaniel, and Aaron Eiffel. In the season of good tidings and cheer, we remind you of the ultimate gift, the gift of Christmas. This December, only on TTT. Brought to you by Nick Entertainment Production.
Line and Length, the #1 cricket program in the West Indies, is on TTT. Line and Length brings you up-to-date interviews, analysis, and highlights on the game in the region and internationally. Plus, there's an added bonus to receive a gift of gear each month with our grassroots program. Go to lineandlength.net to learn more. Line and Length in association with Massey United Insurance on TTT.
We are back here at the Tobago House of Assembly elections, and we have with us Miss Caroline Birchwood James and Miss Shirley Cook. Two wonderful ladies. You both have great responsibilities here in Tobago. And I wanted to ask you some questions on this very auspicious occasion, as we might call it, you know. This is a year where we had elections twice, right? It's the first time in the history of Tobago. So I wanted to get into this question. What are some of the things you would like to see for the newly elected party? Ms. Birchwood James, you could start.
Yeah, well, from my position as Vice President of the Tobago Hotel and Tourism Association, the first thing I'm going to say is that whoever comes into government tonight, tomorrow, they are going to have to hit the ground running as far as the tourism is concerned. As you know, at this point in time, there's no real tourism on the island. And tourism is 40% of our economy in Tobago. So, whoever they choose to be Secretary of Tourism, that new Secretary of Tourism, going to have to be a knowledgeable person, know what they're doing. As we are speaking here already, is preparing notes and consulting so that they can hit the ground running. We have so many things to do. We have marketing. We have to reopen all the hotels because most are closed. We have to get international flights here. We have to get our guests back from Trinidad. We have to get our international guests back to Tobago. And therefore, it's a big task ahead of us.
Thank you. Mrs. Cook, I will ask you the same question. What do you expect? What do you think we should get done immediately?
Well, I'll answer your question, but indeed we are in historic times. Tobago is experiencing now history, and we are all experiencing it, and I'm very proud of that. But what should we do? What should the next administration do for Tobago? Clearly, Tobago's economic situation is not at its best, and therefore the next administration needs to focus immediately on the private sector. The private sector needs the kind of attention and boost to get us not only out of this pandemic, but to chart a course that Tobago can truly be in development status. Because at the moment, we really, Tobago is lagging behind, as most people know. So the very first priority would be focusing on the private sector.
The private sector, absolutely. These are the businesses that were affected greatly throughout this time of COVID, the pandemic that we're facing right now. So if it is you have to be part of a body now to construct, let's say, a plan forward, right, which you really are. You already are part of individual association, the tourism association, of course. You're part of the Crown Point. That's the next, basically, that's the next capital of Tobago. What is the first thing you would say, other than the marketing and the infrastructure? What would you say you would work on?
I think one of the things that we also lack in is data collection. And there is serious need, even as you try to, energize and get private sector on their foot again, you really need to have the data and understanding of what are the sectors we have on the island and how many persons are employed. Tobago does no longer collect data in a way that is important. So even as we look at the private sector, there probably needs to be a proper audit of Tobago's private sector to understand what we have. And in addition to that, a Tobago development plan must be enacted ASAP, right, so that we could be guided with the data, and so it would fit into the plan that how we want to see Tobago develop.
Right, Ms. James.
I'm agreeing with Ms. Cook. But while we are waiting on the data, no business is going on.
Right.
And people have no jobs. So you have to have an action plan, an immediate plan to get that sector going again. The private sector, tourism, the agriculture, but especially the tourism, to get it moving again. Now, it means then that we are looking at the immediate guests. Our immediate guests are going to be those from Trinidad. We need increased flights. We need marketing in Trinidad. We need to assure the people that they are coming to a safe environment. And while we were going through the pandemic and the hotels were closed, we were taking courses. That is the people in the tourism industry. We're taking courses from CARFA. So we have a health pass, most of the hotels and so on, and that allows us to learn the protocols as we reopen our businesses and so on, whether it's a restaurant, transport, or hotels. So we need an action plan. As I said, they need to hit the ground running. You need an action plan. Your nearest guest is in Trinidad, because our first international flight is coming on the 10th of January, and that's tentative, huh?
Yes.
British Airways, that's the only one, coming on the 10th of January. And when we look at what is happening abroad and so on, we can expect anything to happen.
Yes.
So we have to look for the immediate guests. We have to assure them that they're safe here. We all have to try to have safe protocols. And I will also say that we have to look at our vaccination program, because at the end of the day, when you study all the countries, vaccination and the increase in vaccination, to me, if you follow the science, is what is going to make us safer. You cannot expect people to come. They have to be vaccinated to enter Trinidad and Tobago, and then come into establishments where people may not be vaccinated. We have to face that particular factor head on. It's not business as usual.
It is not business as usual, and I totally agree with that, because how can we make our visitors feel safer? I mean, we always go by the tagline, safe and serene Tobago, you know? But how can we really make them feel safer? A vaccine is only, let's say, that, a vaccine. How can we really make them feel safer?
Well, we started with the health pass. You see, and we took the training and so on. While everything was shut down, we took the training, and so that will help us. And so if we go to Trinidad and we start to do some of our marketing there, and we let the people know, look, we have done training, we have certain safety protocols in place, so we can get them to come back to Tobago, because we need to have that economy moving again. While we wait on the data, while we wait on a development plan and so on, people need to be working, businesses need to continue doing the business of tourism or whatever it is in the private sector that we do.
Yeah. Well, Ms. Cook.
Sorry. Well, what I think, we have to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Right.
Because Tobago is so far behind. You know, it is just sad that the opportunity was lost through all the business support facilities to allow businesses to come up to standard, to come up to scratch, and to collect that very same data, because that opportunity should have allowed particularly persons in the tourism industry who were so greatly affected to be able to standardize that industry, to be able to get the customer service training that is necessary. So we basically have lost 2 years without any meaningful push into getting us ready. Yeah. So the next THA administration need to really sit down and get the right persons in place to ensure that Tobago is poised and positioned to develop. The other thing is, we talk about the pandemic, and of course this is a global phenomenon. We all have to learn to pivot. But the fact remains that the goalpost is being changed every single time. It's a new strain, it's a new variant, and we have to learn to pivot with that. And therefore it's important that we set up, even if we're following the science, we set up systems where we can pivot. And the fact is that there are only basically 3 serious things that we need to look at, which is the 3 W's. And that is the basis upon which we could function, because it doesn't matter what strain come about, we still have to bring in our guests, we still have to function, and we still have to make this line between health and the economy. So it is important to have a general plan so that businesses can really function and not have to be locked down for another 2 years.
Excellent. You know, I'm listening to you speak, and the thing is, I could hear from an interview that was done probably some months ago, a gentleman was saying, you know, so many consultations were done, so many infrastructural plans were done, but what was that information done? Where did it go? You know, so we can do the consultation, yes, we can gather the information, but it has to be activated in order to be used.
We
yes?
do have an implementation deficit, not only in Tobago, but we definitely have it in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is because we need to really focus on people with the experience and the expertise. Trinidad and Tobago has well-educated people, and we need to take politics out of many things and put people who have the expertise to really function in roles so we could develop. And this is no joke. This is really serious issues that the new administration must take on, whoever they might be, because we cannot continue to do the same thing the same way all the time, because obviously we would be in this stagnated position.
Yes. So let's head to Crown Point then, right? Let's get away from all of this hopefulness, not necessarily get away from the hopefulness, but the predictions, of course. Let's head to Crown Point, and let's talk about some of the developmental aspects that has happened there over, let's say, the past 4 years.
Well, private sector has truly invested in that area, Canaan, Crown Point, Bon Accord. And that's a good thing. Now we have the airport, the new airport terminal. And it is unfortunate because the business people who have invested in that area would really like to see a proper plan that speaks to the ingress and the egress of the traffic. Because you see it happen in Trinidad when you have major developments like that. The traffic flow changes and the economy goes down in a particular area. So things like that is important. We need an urban planner. We need an urban planner to create the kind of layout and ambience that will be consistent with Tobago's brand as we market Tobago. So there is a lot of things that needs to happen, and they really need to have the persons, you know, and listen to the, you know, local delivery is key to any government policy, to deliver and to have your policy be successful. So I would also urge this new THA administration to listen to the ground, to pay attention with what's happening, what the people are saying, and try to address that need, and give local communities more empowered, make them more empowered to be part of their governance structure. Participatory democracy is really, really important, and we have to implement that in Tobago, even if we have to be the model for Trinidad and Tobago.
Agreed. Totally agreed. What do you think about that, Ms. Birchwood James?
What's that? Participatory.
Absolutely.
Well, yes. You cannot do anything without the people.
No.
And that's just the way how governance is really run, because it's government by the people and for the people, and of the people.
That's right.
You see? So we have to go back to that. And we're talking about consultations and so on.
Yes.
But you have to be meaningful consultation.
Yes.
Right now, I think you need a consultation on tourism for Tobago, but it must be meaningful. Whatever is suggested must be implemented at the end of the day. You know, we had a big consultation on education. I think it was 2016, and we don't know if anything was implemented. They came all to Tobago. Yes, they came all to Tobago, and so we don't know if anything was implemented with that. You see, so consultation is great, but you must also implement whatever you agree. You know, but coming back to the Crown Point area and the airport, there's a lot of information with this airport that is still lacking. For the first, we have not seen a mock-up of how this airport is going to look like. As Ms. Cook said, getting in, getting out for the people of Bon Accord, Crown Point. I live in the bottom area of Bon Accord.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm affected as well with this new airport. And so we need some more information. We need to see exactly what this new airport is going to look like and how it is going to benefit Crown Point, Bon Accord, because the business people there are a bit worried. When you make access to the new airport, we can't see where the access is coming yet because we haven't seen the plans. But when you have the new access, how does it affect their business on that strip? And even coming down to Bon Accord, we have a lot of businesses down there. So people are worried, and you have to allay their worries. And it means then that you need to bring them together, show them what exactly you're going to do, hear what they have to say. It is not too late. You see, and that is half of our problem here. As we came into these elections and so on, we had problems like this. It's too much of you doing what you want, and you're not listening to the people. And it's time you have to listen to the people and explain what is happening and so on, and hear what they have to say. They have to live with this airport. They have to live with this new phenomena of going to the airport. It's going to be in a new direction, and so on. And the people of Crown Point, Bon Accord. I must also say that the people of Bon Accord are traumatized.
Right.
They are traumatized because half of their village is gone in the back there. Compston, they call it, behind there.
Right.
And this is what the villagers told me. They are traumatized. You can't see Miss James, they take away half the village. People are traumatized. How do you address that trauma? That's all part of the development as we move forward.
Right. So that's all parts of the development as we move forward. I like that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are chatting with Ms. Shirley Cook, Vice President of the Crown Point Partnership Association, as well as Ms. Carol-Ann Birchwood-James, the VP of the Tobago Hotel and Tourism Association. For now, we're going to head to break, and when we come back, we head to Trinidad with DK Ruston.
The winning numbers in the National Lottery online draws for Monday, 6th December 2021. At 10:30 a.m., play away the number 4, Dead Man. Pick 2, the numbers 9 and 27 in that order. Pick 4, the numbers 9, 0, 5 and 0 in that order. At 1 p.m., play away the number 22, Rat. Pick 2, the numbers 29 and 10 in that order. Mega Ball called. Pick 4, the numbers 9, 3, 6 and 4 in that order. At 4 p.m., play away the number 23, House. Mega Extreme Ball called. Pick 2, the numbers 20 and 21 in that order. Mega Ball called. Pick 4, the numbers 6, 6, 2 and 1 in that order. And at 7 p.m., play away the number 3, Carriage, with the Golden Ball. Pick 2, the numbers 18 and 4 in that order. Mega Ball called. Pick 4, the numbers 3, 5, 9 and 9 in that order. Cashpot, the numbers 10, 14, 5, 6, and 15 in any order, and the multiplier is 2.
Positivity to me is a way of life. It's a way of being.
I like words.
Tactical.
If I had so much
This place.
outside of the community.
So we know one of my young leader.
Music is the healing.
Find a new skill to do something.
You want this to be 25% of your meal.
You can go to Olympics too.
Tokyo 2020 became the goal.
And we're going to talk about achieving.
And that was my dream, to get 9 ones.
Out of the word achieve, you're left with ICE. Now everybody could achieve and have.
Good evening and thank you, Natoya, as well as your guests, Carol-Ann Birchwood-James and Shirley Cook. DK Roster here in studio with Professor Hamid Ghani. Looking forward to this evening's proceedings. And we should also be joined at some point in time by TNT Youth Assemblyman for 2018, as well as a current law student, Daniel Wilson. And we have a great depth of youth and experience with us. We are looking forward also to reports from journalists in the field, Carissa Douglas and Sunalala. So that is it from TTT Studios. But Professor, I want to start off. I'm kind of torn in terms of the opening salvo. Should I ask about the historical aspect of the elections for THA in Tobago, or should I ask for the events from January 25 to today? So what are some of the things that you're looking at most closely this evening?
Well, I think that the key to this election is going to lie in the way that the seats have been mapped, and there's been a remapping exercise so that the 15 seats, and when one examines the voting behavior from January in the polling divisions and then track how the polling divisions have been moved around into these 15 seats, the data is showing from January that there are 6 PNM seats and 6 PDP seats based on voting behavior from January, and then 3 seats that are very close and therefore would fall into the marginal category. So that using January's voting behavior and using the EBC report of August 30th that was approved, we are seeing a situation where there are 3 seats that both sides are really going to be in the battle for, depending upon upon whether the voting behavior in the 6 on each side will actually hold up and replicate itself. Turnout is going to be the big factor. 51% turnout in January. Let's see what turnout will look like tonight, because that could impact on the process. And there is a third party contesting the election in 13 of the 15 seats. That too is something we need to look at.
But do you think the turnout as well as the results would have inspired more individuals to say, okay, well, this is something that we need to be a part of, because 1, 2, my vote specifically can make a difference?
Well, you do get that kind of outcome. I mean, in many situations where you have, for example, runoff elections that take place a week or 2 or 3 after a first election, and then you have a second ballot election where you eliminate people and you go forward, you tend to find that sometimes there are people who didn't vote the first time will want to vote the second time. This is an 11-month separation. So one does not know if people who skipped it the last round will decide they wanted to dip in this time around. So, you know, it's speculative at this point, but those are some of the psychological factors that do impact on voters when they make decisions about whether to come out and vote or not, particularly in situations where the elections are not that far apart.
But speaking about the psychological aspect of it, 18% undecided according to the Nigel Henry poll. I heard from a conversation that you had earlier that may not necessarily be the case. What is your rationale for saying that?
Well, from having my own experience with conducting polls in the field and getting feedback from field workers, that poll is a random digit dial poll, so that's different. But from my own experience, I know that many times people will tell you, well, look, I haven't made up my mind, and so on, but all of the other answers to questions will give you a clue that they've made their mind up already. They answer all the other questions definitively, but the one on how they're going to vote, they say, well, they haven't made up their mind as yet, or they don't know. This particular one is 433 persons, I believe it was, done on a random digit dialing method, so that the pollster would have scientifically selected where he wanted to make these phone calls and do a random digit dialing method, so we don't know who answered the phone. And he would have been able to make some kind of assessment based on the feedback. But when 18% say they don't know, or they're uncertain or what have you, that could also be a function of the fact that they don't know who they're speaking to on the other end of the line. Sometimes people, maybe, a little concerned, well, someone's ringing me up to ask me, who am I going to vote for? And that may not necessarily be the most comforting thing for people, particularly in an environment where it is so highly charged and you don't know what the other factors and circumstances are. So when people say they don't know, sometimes they do know, but they are not prepared to tell a stranger which way they're going to vote. And that is a psychology.
Literally giving that person, let me give them that to hold. But before we speak about the impact of the new divisions, what defines marginal in your view? What are some of those features that we're looking at? How do you quantize it?
Well, I have a formula that I invented about 19 years ago that I have used. It uses previous voting behavior, and it also looks at largest largest electoral district population, lowest electoral district population, and then I work my way through that using the deposit, which is 1/8 of the votes cast, as a divisor to determine certain things. And what comes out on the other end of the statistic is a figure that is then applied as the outer limit of marginality. Marginality starts from 0, and that's the closest you can get in terms of the question of marginality, and then you go up from there. But how far out do you go? It can't be guesswork and so on. So the formula I have is one that allows me to put an outer cap on marginality and then look at the prior voting behavior and see how it falls into that. And doing it for this exercise, remapping the revised constituencies with the revised polling divisions that have been shuffled around, what I saw was that you had three electoral districts that I consider to be marginal, which were Bon Accord, Crown Point, which had a difference between PNM and PDP of 33 votes, with the polling divisions being shuffled around for the new dispensation. Lambo Lowlands, after the shuffling around of the polling divisions, I'm getting a difference of 40 between the PNM and the PDP using the January voting behavior, and therefore that fell into my categorization of marginality for this election. And then Mount St. George Goodwood, which from my calculation, because there was a difference of 48 votes between PNM and PDP, my marginality calculation for this election is 48.3125. So anything less than 48.3125 in my calculation, I would consider marginal. At 48, you're just on the button, just below 0.3125 below the outer limit, so that I would classify that as marginal. All the other seats have a difference between first and second that is much larger, so that is how I calculated my marginality. There's one area that I was particularly intrigued in. I want to see how it'll go tonight, and that'll be Scarborough Mount Grace, which had a clear PNM lead of 726 to 573 PNM over PDP in January when you take those polling divisions that were shuffled around. But what was shuffled as well in that pack was the votes that Dr. Denise Soyafat Angus got as an independent.
And that raises the question what the individual voters or what other parties bring to the table where you have these two main horses, but how do they actually say, are we helping one party or are we helping ourselves when we have more people to vote for?
Well, the issue, she ran as an independent in the last election, and now she is leading a party, and she's contesting 13 of the 15 seats. So that the reason why I had Scarborough Mount Grace as one to look at, because there were 197 votes that came from what she got as an independent. That's a high number for an independent candidate, and a difference of 726 PNM to 573 PDP. So where is that 197 going to go in terms of how the vote is going to shuffle? Because she's not contesting Scarborough Mount Grace. In fact, I think she is in Bethel New Grange she's contesting. And interestingly, her party, the IDA, is contesting 13 of the 15 seats. And the two seats that they're not contesting, interestingly, were in the Belgarden, Glamorgan, and in Roxborough Argyle. So those are the seats. Roxborough Argyle is the seat of Watson Duke, and the Belgarden Glamorgan is the seat of Dr. Faith B. Israel. So that's the political leader of the PDP and one of the deputy political leaders of the PDP. Her party is not contesting in those seats. So it's a straight fight between the PNM and the PDP in those two seats. Otherwise, it's a three-way fight everywhere else. And it's going to be interesting to see how those votes spread out and pan out tonight when we get the results.
And we continue to look at that spread, those results, when we return from the break, though. But when we do return from the break, it will be over in Tobago at the Magdalena Grand with Natoya. Stay with us.
This December, join with us as we bring to you messages of love, hope, and light, pure acoustic and intimate. We present to you The Gift of Christmas, featuring Jara Nurse, Candice Caton, Durant Sandy, Chanel Spencer, Curtis Jordan, Renee Lawrence, Nathaniel, and Aaron Eiffel. In the season of good tidings and cheer, we remind you of the ultimate gift, the gift of Christmas. This December, only on TTT. Brought to you by Nick Entertainment Production.
Line and Length, the #1 cricket program in the West Indies, is on TTT. Line and Length brings you up-to-date interviews, analysis, and highlights on the game in the region and internationally. Plus, there's an added bonus to receive a gift of gear each month with our grassroots program. Go to lineandlength.net to learn more. Line and Length in association with Massey United Insurance on TTT.
TTT News, delivering more news more often to more people. Follow us on social media at TTT Live Online. Log on to www.ttt.live.
The Division of Education, Innovation and Energy's e-learning program for primary and secondary school students resumes. Tune in daily to stay on top of your studies. Lectures designed to guide you so that you keep up with your subjects. Also, for supplemental lessons and worksheets, visit our interactive website at www.thadeie.gov.tt.
Welcome back to You Decide, live at the Magdalena Grand Resort here in Tobago. And we invite on set with us this evening Mr. Anselm Richards, your socio-economic analyst. Correct?
Well, yes, you can say that.
Welcome.
Well, thanks for having me.
Right, and we have been talking about the elections. What are your thoughts about the elections?
Well, I think that the democracy is well alive in Tobago. Tobagonian had an opportunity to select an island administration, one island government today. I hope that with all the experiences and all the antecedents that they would have enjoyed in the last 2 decades, they would have made the most informed decision as it goes. So we await the count and we await the results.
I like that. So what are some of the things you would like to see from the newly elected party?
Well,
or persons, I should say. Let's call it that.
Well, any new administration needs to do a number of things to really reset Tobago's future development. So we need to do a number of things in the education sector. We need to look at that in detail, what is happening there. We need to look at what is happening in the healthcare sector, especially in the midst of this pandemic. It is in a total mess, for want of a better description. We need to look at the business sector, tourism and the relating supporting services sector. We need to look at that. We need to look at infrastructural development. We need to look at work ethics in Tobago. We need to look at the accounting deficiencies in the THA and honesty. We need to look at the relationship between Trinidad and Tobago, which I think is a big problem in our development equation. There's no gainsay about that. For instance, we are having a new airport terminal that will cost over $1 billion, and that project was decided in Port of Spain. And there is absolutely no opportunity for Tobagonians to have meaningful participation and discussion on that project. That is a total insult to the people of Tobago. This is 2021. This is the largest public sector investment program in Tobago in 100 years, over $1 billion, or second to the cultural complex in the last 20 years. And we have not been afforded the opportunity to discuss this project, what shape it will take, what form, how it will impact community, how it will impact the overall life of the island, what is the economic impact is expected. Those things I have never seen the drawings or the plans for this development. We have not seen. There's absolutely no information among the population about this project. And this is 2021. You know, and that has to change. It has to change. We cannot develop this island where major decisions are made off island and are imposed on the people of Tobago. Why are we spending $1 billion on an airport terminal now? Could we build something that is more reasonable with fast accessibility for expansion should the numbers go up and we need to expand to accommodate the flow of tourists? And we can use the remaining portion to develop other sectors or supporting sectors of the economy. We have not had, what is the opportunity cost? Are we receiving the volume of visitors to really make that airport build? There's a cost to that, you know, make that viable at this particular point in time. I don't know. Those things have not been discussed with us.
And I guess that's where the Song of the Tobago autonomy steps in. What do you think about that, Ms. Bertrude James? And I'll come back to you with that question as well.
Concerning
the autonomy of Tobago.
Oh, the autonomy of Tobago. Well, it's due. But the bill that was sent, I agreed for us to reject that bill. I read the bill, and while it says autonomy, it doesn't really give us autonomy. Every major decision in the major areas like education and health and so on has to refer back to cabinet. There are areas in education which will be unique to Tobago. I am a teacher by profession, and it will be unique to Tobago to which will allow people to stay here, to have a career here, okay? And therefore, those kind of decisions should not be ratified by cabinet in Trinidad. So it is autonomy on paper, but it's not autonomy in reality. So the suggestions were made, so we hope that the group in Parliament will look at it, and when it's agreeable to us, the people of Tobago, then we will say yes to it, and we hope that the 41 members in Parliament will also say yes to that Tobago autonomy bill, but not the present one that it was presented to us.
What are some of the edits that you think that could be made to the bill that would make it more viable for us as Tobagonians?
Well, you have to give us a real autonomy. It means then that, as I said, important areas, we have to make that decision. Yes. We can follow the curriculum for Trinidad and Tobago, but there are areas that we have to put in things. For example, you have children from Castara, and while you'll have those who are doing the academics, Castara is a fishing village. You have to teach fishing in the schools. You have to teach fishing in the high schools. This Castara boy or girl, their scholarship for those who like fishing, we'll be sending them out in the Icelandic waters or whatever it is to see the trawlers, to see the real big fishing and so on. That is going to be their scholarship. Because not everybody is academic. They're going to get that knowledge, come back, and so on. They might own a trawler, you understand? Yes. And that kind of a thing. This is what you're looking at.
I like that.
Other than that, you're going to have dropouts.
Yes.
You're going to have people leaving Tobago and going to Trinidad and other places. Tourism. You have to teach that in the primary school as well as the high school. That's our foreign exchange earner.
Yes. 1
out of 2 people in Tobago earn money from tourism. You have to teach it in the school from early. That customer service that you talk about, you have to teach it in the school. So these are areas that we have to be in control of, and make amendments which is unique to us and for Tobago's development.
Agreed. Mr.
And the autonomy issue?
Yes.
Well, for me, the autonomy issue is easily understood if you go back to the functional form of government. So if you look at the legislative function, the executive function, and let us set aside the judiciary and the legislative judiciary function and the executive. So what real autonomy means is that we have to restrict or put a fetter to the central government, executive and legislative role on areas in Tobago, as what you said. So constitutionally, we decide what are the areas that Tobago will have full autonomy over. And we make the adjustment in the Constitution that gives the Tobago House of Assembly or the Tobago Island government the constitutional authority to have full legislative and executive authority over those matters. So when we talk about education, when that is done, we will have the executive authority constitutionally to make those policy decisions, as Ms. Bochu is alluding to. And we will also have the legislative authority to make the laws to regulate and govern those areas. And what is happening in Port of Spain is that the government in Port of Spain is afraid to do that because they will be unable to come and build a $1 billion airport in Tobago without talking to the people of Tobago. And that's the heart of the problem. And Tobago cannot develop with this current constitutional construct. The problem in the Tobago development equation is the constitutional construct as it is. It is a colonial piece of document. That's why we have a prime minister who can come to Tobago and lecture to us from a colonial standpoint that we are only contributing $200 million in taxes. Very obscene and out of place.
I know Ms. Bertram James was talking about that earlier.
In our earlier discussion, I talked about that particular ad, that particular advertisement. And I agree with Mr. Richards. It was one of the worst that we could ever see, because what you have done is insult every Tobagonian. You are saying we are mendicants. You are saying we are beggars. You are saying we earn no money and that we depend on Trinidad. 200 million cannot include the bank taxes that are paid from Tobago. All the businesses in Trinidad that the Tobagonians go to PriceSmart and so on and pay taxes. What about our airspace? You pay for that. What about the use of our sea space? You pay for all of that. And so many other areas of taxation that is not included, but Tobago is contributing. And for you to come, for a Prime Minister from Tobago, for you to come and talk about that 200 million, then you are in charge. you should be ashamed of yourself. And I agree with him. I agree with Mr. Richards. People were very, very, very upset about that particular advert, that particular event, and so on. And it must never happen again. It must never, not only is it untrue, but it's psychologically damaging to every Tobagonian, and I must say for the people of Trinidad and Tobago as well.
But the history of Tobago, in terms of our development, based on this constitutional arrangement and the underdevelopment of this regional economy of Tobago, have engendered what we call forced migration of Tobagonians to Port of Spain and Trinidad in general. There are over 300,000 second and first generation Tobagonians living in Trinidad, including the Prime Minister. And he needs to understand the implication of that. So when you have a depressed, underdeveloped island economy, it is natural that some of the brighter minds who have to go to Trinidad, to go to the university, and to go to teachers training college, and to go to the nursing school, and to go to the police service, will not return. And we have had that all of Tobago's history. And we have 300,000+ Tobagonians are making contribution. And if we should go into the economics term of GNP and GDP, and we add the value contribution of all the Tobagonians that are living in Trinidad and all the Tobagonians that goes to Port of Spain to conduct business, and if he spends some time on the port in the night and see the economy of Tobago being vomited out from a cargo vessel coming from Port of Spain, millions of dollars every night being emptied through the boat that was spent in Trinidad, then he will understand why we need to have the authority to develop this island so that our money can be retained here and take care of our people.
I'm glad that you brought up that brain drain issue that we've been experiencing. Tell us though, what do you think can be really done for persons that want to come back? Because the reality, a lot of persons are leaving because we don't have anything here to accommodate them. We don't have the university, we don't have things that they want to study. And even if they go away and they study it, when they come back, there's still no way there's nowhere to place them. What do you think, even in this current election mode, what do you think a government can do, or a governing body as the Tobago House of Assembly can do to prepare for returning Tobagonians?
Well, with an empowered Tobago, with a Tobago that has full constitutional autonomy, that in itself creates opportunity to bring back capacity to do the new functions that you have to carry out. When you have those responsibilities, you will need draftsperson in the legal department, you will need senior counsels to make sure that your laws are constitutional and so forth. In the area where you're making final policy decision, you will need experts in education, in nursing, in healthcare. So there will be that act alone of granting Tobago full constitutional autonomy will create hundreds of professional jobs for Tobagonians to return. And with that, as we start expanding, that will generate new demand. Business will start growing because more people on the island, more professional people, more salaries, more money to spend. And as we do that,
more money to circulate amongst ourselves as well.
And as we start expanding into new areas, we talk about education. Why we can build a Tobago University with different campuses. I have been advocating for years. We can do a couple of things immediately. We can create the Tobago School of Agriculture and Forestry at the Kendall Farm School. We can do the Tobago Institute of Marine Education at Speyside. We have the largest rain coral in the Western Hemisphere. We have the oldest protected rainforest that ties into our forestry studies at Kendall, right off the main ridge, where nobody lives. Nobody lives there. So it is good for that kind of research. So there are things we can do. We can get into our agricultural sector. We can start to talk about our food sovereignty plan, how we control what we eat. And we tie that, because we are living in a time of intersectionality. And what we have to do, we have to understand that when we talk about food security, that has to be intersect with our health and public health policy. So there are things that we can do to expand our livelihood, to expand our economy, to improve the quality of our life, to include prosperity, and to take charge of our destiny.
I agree. Yes. Are you, and this question is for both of you, right? How confident are you that this new governing body would take the autonomy of Tobago serious?
Well, I don't want to add like how confident we are, but the people are ready for it. The people of Tobago are ready for it. And if we are saying that government now, you have to listen to the people. I think that the new administration coming in must take this autonomy idea seriously. It needs to be passed. We need our autonomy, and we need it now. And this is what the people are saying. And this question was mentioned in the elections. Both sides talked about autonomy and so on. And I guess the IDA also spoke about it as well. So that the people are ready, they understand what the autonomy is all about. You see, and it's time. It's our time, it's now.
Yes. Mr. Richards.
Well, any administration, whether it's the returning administration, PNM administration, or the new administration under the PDP, has to be very frontal, very decisive, very determined about this issue of autonomy. Tobago economy and the people of Tobago cannot develop under the current constitutional arrangement. It just wouldn't work. It is like you are in charge of your home and your neighbor is saying how you should make up your bed. That can't work. It just doesn't fit the equation for development.
That's how it's personal.
It's personal.
It's
and
personal.
We have had this situation for too long. Yes. We have been fighting and fighting with Port of Spain since before I was born. I am now 55 years and we are still fighting this issue. What is the problem? So you think that an empowered Tobago result in a weaker Trinidad and Tobago? Is that the logic? An empowered Tobago only offers a stronger Trinidad and Tobago? Is it that they are afraid that we will handle our affairs so expertly professional that Trinidad will be in trouble and Trinidadian will tell the Trinidad government to look at how they do things in Tobago? We have produced how many prime ministers? 2 prime ministers, presidents, commissioner of police, head of the public service. We are capable.
We are capable.
We are well capable, and we have demonstrated that. You know how many Tobagonians are sitting in the seat of permanent secretaries in Trinidad and head of departments? Yes. We are well. You know how many Tobagonians are lecturers in the University of the West Indies?
And across the world.
And across the world.
And across the world. Excellent. We have some results, some official results. We'll head to the screen right now to see these results, of course. 45 candidates from the 5 political parties have vied tonight in the Tobago House of Assembly election, right? So we have the People's National Movement, we have the Innovative Democratic Alliance, Progressive Democratic Patriots, the Class Action Reform Movement, and we have the Unity of the People. On the screen right now, we have some results from Bagatelle Baccalates, and we see that PDP, Natasha
Charles.
Yes, Pantin, right. Well, that's interesting. She has 147, whereas Joel Jack of the PNM, he has 135. Keon Clark has 3 votes. That's a good start.
Good start. Yes.
Generally.
Well,
yes.
I hope the trend consists. Well, we had Kenan Bonaccord.
Yes, we head down to Bonaccord, Crown Point.
That's a very decent lead there, 193 to 132.
Yes.
And Ida is not doing too bad. Ida is at 4.
So good start.
Good start.
You have to start, you know.
You have to start.
That's the reality.
So you're out of the block.
Okay.
You're in motion.
All right, and just can we get the graphic back up on the screen? Let me see Mr. Clarence Jacob. He has 132.
Yes.
All right, do we have any more results coming up there? All right, and we head into Scarborough, Mount Grace. Marcelin Melville Jack, 141. We have Trevor James at 117. And of course, Aldrin Phillips of the IDA at 6. Everybody's starting.
Yes,
yeah,
everybody's starting. It's early time yet. Yes.
So we are
nice. We head into Mount St. George, Goodwood. 114 for Charles Adams, 153 for Megan Morrison of the PDP, and Avenel Manswell. The votes are still being tallied, I believe. Yes? All right, and Lambo Lowlands, of course, at 78, Wayne Clark at 87, and Leroy George information is still being received.
Yes.
This is You Decide, the Tobago House of Elections 2021. I'm Natoya Johnson Chapman. We're going to head to a break right now, and when we come back, we continue the discussion with our wonderful guests.
In crisis situations, children can perceive anxiety, which can cause them to feel stressed. Depending on their age, their response may vary. Some may become overly attached, while others may withdraw. Some may become anxious, angry, or agitated, and others may even start wetting the bed. Here are 5 tips to help manage stress in children. Play. Encourage children to play and suggest activities to help them relax. Bond. Try to keep children close to their parents, caregivers, or family members. If separation is necessary due to hospitalization, quarantine, or isolation, try to ensure regular contact via telephone or any other available means. Routine. Establish a daily routine or schedule and stick to it as much as possible, especially in the house. Create a routine in which they can participate in household activities but also provide enough time to play and rest. Talk to them. Explain what's happening and provide clear information on how to reduce the risk of being infected by the disease. Be clear. Use words and phrases that are easily understood and age-appropriate. Calmly explain what could happen if your child or a family member begins feeling unwell. Let them know they may require medical attention or even hospitalization to make sure they recover. Remember, listen to their concerns, show them your support, and be there to reassure them. Bear in mind, this is also a difficult time for them and that they'll need the extra love and attention. For more information, please visit the Pan American Health Organization's website, www.paho.org/coronavirus.
Welcome back to You Decide THA Elections 2021. Professor, there has been some spirited conversation thus far, in addition to some of the results starting to come in. Still early days yet, but I want us to follow up on some of that conversation that was taking place at the Magdalena Grande, please. Constitutional constructs as they pertain to the autonomy bill. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you know, the moment that the government published the autonomy bill in 2018, the issue of Tobago nationalism was unleashed because, you know, the rubber finally hit the road after so many years of dialogue and discussion and talking around this issue. And once that happened, people started to react. Then as you got nearer to the actual parliamentary stage where it was going to a joint select committee and the joint select committee was going to report and then engage the public in discourse on the matter, that is where the whole issue of whether or not Tobago was getting the deal that it really needed to get under these arrangements. This has been a sore topic for decades. And the government clearly was taking a political risk in terms of how it calculated it would handle this, that it would have the autonomy bill, it would put it forward, a 3/4 majority in the House of Representatives, a 2/3 majority in the Senate, fundamental change to the Constitution. And then one started to get the impression that what people were asking for in Tobago was less than what the government was prepared to offer. And a gap started to emerge between what was on offer and what was being demanded. Some of that conversation that you heard this evening is precisely capturing what has happened, that there is this gap in between what is being offered and what is being demanded. And I think that we'll have to wait and see how these results play out tonight, but we cannot underestimate the role that Tobago nationalism will play in these elections, because I think that, you know, the government found itself in a position of having to defend an autonomy bill that there were many in Tobago felt did not offer enough. Now, it was put on the back burner, and no final decision has been made. So in terms of the sequencing of this, no final decision has been made. The bill has sort of, you know, gone into a holding area, but the emotions are high on what is needed for Tobago. And I think that, you know, what is coming out in this discourse that you're hearing tonight is precisely what many persons in Trinidad do not quite understand, what is happening in Tobago in terms of the emotions surrounding this issue.
And this is also in the context of, it was said this evening at the Magdalena Grand, it was also said at the elections on the 25th of January that you need to listen to us. And because you are not listening, you're seeing these rumblings, you're seeing these movements, political and otherwise, taking place. Do you agree with that?
Yes, and that is a lot of what has happened, because, you know, the PNM moved from a position of 12-0 in 2013 to 10-2 in 2017 to 6-6 in 2021. That alone tells you something's happening on the ground. And that alone tells you that you need to try to understand why the ground has moved the way it has moved. And hearing some of that discussion tonight, you know, it is important to try to make the connection between what is being expressed and what is being offered. And I think that there is a gap there.
And one of the things that was also spoken about at the Magdalena Grand this evening is brain drain. And with that, I want to welcome into the conversation Daniel Wilson. In 2018, he was a Trinidad and Tobago Youth Ambassador. He's currently at Cave Hill. He is a law student. Good evening, Daniel. Thank you for making the time. I want to start with the question that Natoya would have asked. What do you want to see coming forth from the new administration of the THA?
Well, good afternoon, Dyke. Good afternoon, Professor. Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. My name is Daniel Wilson. Coming out of this 2021 THA elections, I personally want to see a Tobago that is progressive, a Tobago where we as Tobagonians can truly stand side by side, where our needs are represented, where our voices are heard, and where most importantly, the main issue on the table right now is autonomy. So I see coming out of this Tobago House of Assembly elections a more asserted push towards the passage of these bills. I see a Tobago that is youth-focused, that is innovative, that can really employ the skills and the mindset of young persons to bring real and progressive change to the society. That is what I want to see coming out of this THA elections.
And I want to use your example or your history, Daniel, to see if we can extrapolate a little bit, because articulating the voice of the youth, what are some of the reasons that you decided, okay, well, I want to be a youth ambassador. I want to let my voice be heard this way?
Well, you know, in Tobago, I have a long-standing history of youth service, and it all started from Bishop's High School, Tobago, where I served on the student council as public relations officer. I served as trustee, and I also served as president on the Bishop's High School Student Council. So I see a great thrust for youth leadership coming out of those experiences that I would have had. For me, I see value in service. I see value in giving back. It gives me great joy to represent the voices of young people and to see them be so fulfilled and grateful, being benefactors to such advocacy. And I believe that youth advocacy and youth involvement is so important, especially now during this election, as we as the young people are the future of tomorrow. And without us, this will be a Tobago House of Assembly that is really stagnant. The youth voice offers a perspective that carries us into the future, that propels us, that is dynamic. And this is why youth advocacy is important. And this is what really molded my journey to youth advocacy and youth volunteerism.
Thank you so much. And in terms of switching the conversation now, Professor, looking at that advocacy, looking at shaking up the situation and making sure that it's a little more dynamic towards what it is you want, what do you think is the role of individual voters who haven't necessarily made their mind up but are looking at issues and aren't really leaning too much on one side or another, but they're looking at the issues to inform their vote, and the role of a new party like the IDA or different voices? And I asked that question about the IDA because it's one thing for Dr. Soyefat Angus to run as an independent, but I can see people say, okay, well, we may not vote for her because she may not have the numbers to get what we want done. But seeing that there is now an entire group contesting 13 seats, do you think that will play more of a role in this election this evening?
Well, contesting the 13 seats is indicative of wanting to start some kind of political movement. The electoral system is based on first past the post, and that tends to favor more of a two-party type arrangement. If this were a different type of electoral system, let's say one based on proportional representation or one of the variants of proportional representation, then people will feel as though, okay, that the calculation of their votes is a little different. But first past the post is one that has not always been very friendly to the emergence of third parties, and therefore they find themselves in very difficult circumstances. That being said, you have also the phenomenon of the independent candidate. And let us bear in mind that in 2015, Watson Duke contested as an independent candidate in Tobago East and saved his deposit, got about 1,500 votes as an independent candidate contesting for the first time in Tobago East. Out of that came the birth of a political party called the PDP, and they contested the 2017 Tobago House of Assembly election and won 2 seats. And a third seat they lost narrowly by 5 votes in a heavily split vote three-way fight with the Tobago Forwards, the PNM and the PDP. And by 2021, you have a situation where the PDP now is in a 6-6 tie with the PNM, and now we've come to tonight where we're going to see which way this is going to go. The reality is that new political movements can always be born, and the way in which they articulate themselves and how they connect with people is a critical factor in all of this, so that the young people are the ones who really are going to guide this process as we go forward. It's interesting, in the opinion poll that came out in the newspapers yesterday, the Nigel Henry poll, it was saying that the older voters are the ones who are more likely to vote, and the younger ones, they could not determine conclusively whether or not they would participate, because there has been a history of low voter turnout in Tobago elections, whether it is for the THA or general elections. So that I think that the youth do have a role to play, and they need to lift their game.
And lifting their game, Daniel, what's your take on this?
I definitely agree with the professor. Over the past few years, over the last elections, we haven't seen as much youth involvement. However, interestingly, in the last election in January, we saw a significant turnout of youth, if not voting, participating in the process, participating in the streets of Tobago, going out, supporting their parties, whether it be in the motorcade, whether it be walking from house to house, handing out flyers. But really and truly, what we need to understand in going forward, especially in this important election season, is that the youth vote really matters. And I believe that this THA elections will be won on a youth vote. Because in December and over the last few weeks, we have seen the increased involvement and engagement of young people across Tobago. And that is extremely noteworthy, because the young people of Tobago are really identifying their purpose and saying to themselves that, listen, this is my business, this is Tobago's business, and whoever I elect, whoever I choose to speak for and on behalf of me will eventually shape my future, will eventually shape the legislation and policies that will affect me and my family. So I think that the youth voice, the youth thrust towards this THA elections is important, and it is visible today.
Thank you so much for that. And looking at increments, Professor, how possible, out of those 3 seats that you've looked at and said, okay, well, these are the ones that look kind of marginal, would it be for a spoiler or possibly IDA to have such an impact or to penetrate so much of those voters that they say, okay, well, we have gotten one of those seats? Because one of the things that I looked at the political leader of the IDA, her posture was saying that we are looking for development of Tobago. So we are willing to work with those who are willing to work with us. So that already kind of puts her in a good position to be able to work with either party that would come out on top. So imagine we have the scenario of 7-7 and 1. How does that look to you?
Well, based on what we've seen so far in some of these early results, the IDA is not scoring as heavily as one would want to imagine in terms of that kind of outcome, 7-7-1, because looking at some of these marginals, we've had results from the Lambo Lowlands area, PDP 87, PNM 78, and then we saw from the Mount St. George Goodwood area, PNM 114, PDP 159. So this early days yet, so I'm still trying to digest some of these numbers in relation to those marginal seats, because those are the ones I think we really need to look very closely at to get a sense of a bellwether as to exactly what is going on with regard to the voter turnout and the actual votes themselves. So for the time being, we've just had one declaration in 2 of the marginals, and the PDP is ahead in those. So we wait to get some more declarations and see exactly how these numbers are stacking up.
All right, and we have about 1.5 minutes before we go to break. Daniel, I want to bring you in. What are some of the suggestions for things that you would like to see moving forward from the incoming administration?
From the incoming administration, moving forward, I would like to see, especially for young people, more opportunity for employment. The clarion cry of many Tobago youths is that we want work. We need something. We need some form of employment. And most times, the employment that is available requires experience. But how else will young people get experience if not given the opportunity to actually work? So I would hope that this new incoming administration provide some sort of sustainable employment for Tobago's youth. I would hope that they end the bureaucratic red tape that is often characteristic of accessing some of the services of the THA. A lot of people want to benefit from grants, want to benefit from other opportunities for upward social mobility. But when you look at the long paperwork, the long drawn-out processes, and the length of time it takes to access such services, it really demotivates individuals, especially young people, from wanting to access these services, these health initiatives. And lastly, I want to see from this upcoming administration transparency in office. I want to see development take place, and sustainable development at that. Development that incorporates the voices of every young Tobagonian at the decision-making table, and not just us at the decision-making table being there as simply placeholders. We young people of Tobago are bright, ready, and willing to contribute to the sustainable development of the island. And I do hope that this upcoming administration would give us the chance to do such.
I feel we have a political aspirant in the making, Professor. But this is a You Decide THA Elections 2021. Stay with us. When we return, we are back at the Magdalena Grand.
I'm Renee Sion with another edition of Caribbean Week in Review.
This December, Join with us as we bring to you messages of love, hope, and light, pure acoustic and intimate. We present to you The Gift of Christmas, featuring Jara Nurse, Candice Caton, Durrell Sandy, Chanel Spencer, Curtis Jordan, Renee Lawrence, Nathaniel, and Aaron Eiffel. In the season of good tidings and cheer, we remind you of the ultimate gift, the gift of Christmas. This December, only on TTT. Brought to you by Nick Entertainment Production.
Line and Length, the #1 cricket program in the West Indies, is on TTT. Line and Length brings you up-to-date interviews, analysis, and highlights on the game in the region and internationally. Plus, there's an added bonus to receive a gift of gear each month with our grassroots program. Go to lineandlength.net to learn more. Line and Length in association with Massey United Insurance on TTT.
My wife betrayed me.
But my husband did not betray me.
The question is, why did she do that with me?
The question is, did this even happen?
Both were holding each other's hand while dying.
But was that true or not?
One incident, two strangers. The story is of Aditya and Zoya. Pepana.
Welcome back to You Decide. We are talking about the Tobago House of Assembly 2021 elections. And we want to head out to the field right now to our journalist. She's at the Sid Gray Stadium in Roxborough. That is the PDP headquarters. And Carissa, can you hear me?
Hearing you clearly. Good night, Natoya.
Good night.
And as you indicated, we are here at the PDP's camp in Roxborough. And as you can see behind me, supporters are already out with their flags in hand. We have a drummer. They have already begun. While preliminary results are coming in, they have begun the celebrations. So based on information here at the PDP camp, it seems as if the PDP is leading in specific districts, particularly Palativale, Lantham, Speyside, Roxborough, Delaford, Bagatelle, Bacalet, Belgardens, Glamorgan, and Mount St. George, Goodwood. So while the supporters are here waiting and they are looking on at the results as they come in, they have already begun the celebrations. But of course, as the night progresses, we will bring you live updates. Carissa Douglas, for TTT News.
Thank you so much, Carissa. You heard it. That was a celebratory mood out there at the Sid Gray Stadium in Roxborough, Tobago. So we invite on set with us now the president of the Tobago Youth Council, Janae Campbell. It's so good to have you here.
Thank you. The pleasure is mine.
Excellent. And just coming out of the interview we had in Trinidad with Mr. Wilson, another youth, I want to ask you what your thoughts are on this election.
I think this election is something that is very historic and revolutionary. It is our second election for the year 2021. And, you know, I'm a bit spun over this whole election thing, and a lot of other young persons can attest to a similar feeling, because in most times elections are sometimes very contentious. But I think overall, I believe that this election was a clean one, and I would just like to hope the relevant party is the best, and I look forward to working with any of the parties as Tobago Youth Council President.
What are some of the work that you would have to do as it relates to being the president of the Youth Council?
Well, the Tobago Youth Council, just for some background, is an umbrella organization which spearheads youth organizations on the island. Our role, as our motto dictates, is preparing Tobago's youth for the world. And as such, as Tobago Youth Council president, I have the role, and by that I shouldn't say I, but we as an executive council have the duty of ensuring that we expose Tobago's youth to the world through developmental projects and hosting several initiatives that will work hand in hand in developing the capacity of our Tobagonian youth. However, I must say it has been a very difficult task because we ourselves battle with capacity building, and time and time again we have to try and appeal to the Tobago House of Assembly to lend us some more support. So I trust that with the next administration, the Tobago Youth Council can receive the support that it really requires.
Okay, what kind of support do you think you would require in moving forward?
Definitely.
At least list three. Right, the three.
Definitely, I would say financial first up. Now, I love to give background information. So there was a point in time where the Tobago Youth Council was really a force. And in that particular period, the Tobago Youth Council received a subvention, and that dates back to Huey Cadets, right? And somewhere along the lines, we stopped receiving that subvention, and I must say, when I became inaugurated as president of the Tobago Youth Council, I was disappointed, as well as other members of the executive, to see the state of the council. And as such, we have been trying and we have been clamoring to get the youth council back up to that stage. And we have indeed submitted a proposal to the Division of Youth Affairs and Sports to reinstate that subvention. And that is something that I will continuously petition for. Additionally, I would say we need a little bit more assistance in capacity building. Now, there's a saying, ungratefulness is worse than witchcraft. So I would definitely say that there are times when the Division of Youth Affairs and Sports will reach out to us, and just in January they would have assisted us in a capacity building training program. However, I think that more widespread initiatives should take place, especially among the youth groups, because on the executive I think we have well-skilled and able persons, but I think the Division of Youth Affairs could step in and assist the groups on the ground level. And lastly, something that is very important to me is for us to actually take heed of the messages that we as a council propose. Because there may be many instances where we as a council will come and we will petition for this, and we will ask for a change, and then we sit in the meetings, we discuss certain things, and then in the end nothing comes out of it and we don't get the results that we are looking for. So what I would be really clamoring for is for the THA to be more inclusive and receptive of the information that we as a youth council and the youth of Tobago by large have to say.
Thank you so much, Jenny. The inclusivity.
Yes.
And as we're talking about including, let's invite, of course, with us this evening, Kwesi Devines. Mr. Devines is the PRO of the PNM Tobago Council. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Always a pleasure listening to Jenny as always. And of course, good evening to all your viewers.
Great. How are you this evening?
I'm a bit tired, to be honest, but we soldier on, as we always do.
Right. Tell us your thoughts. Let's just head straight into election questions, Kwesi. Tell us your thoughts on these elections and give us some insight into how, what you see could happen.
Anything can happen once you go into an election, quite frankly. Of course, the PNM has been around for 65 years. We are an institution that has been we've contested every single seat in every single election in Trinidad and Tobago. We've won many times, we've lost as well. And we continue to be the People's National Movement. When we're in power, we do our best. We stick to our policies, our mantras, and we push development forward. When we're not in office, we continue contributing, we learn, and we come again. This election, again, coming on the heels of 6-6, we saw that we recognized there was a lot for us to learn and listen, and we did listen. Changing candidates, be more in tune with the needs of the people. But of course, it's difficult always when people, sometimes we said that the PNM has become almost a victim of its own good deeds. You know, I remember, because Janae spoke about election wariness, but I remember when I came out of high school in 2001, it was back-to-back elections then. So it was like we were in perpetual election mode then. And again, I felt as a young person then, a similar sentiment. But there was just so many things that happened from then until now that many people, young people, are probably not aware of. And I can say I've been the beneficiary of many things that the Department of Youth Affairs has done for young people. I've come up through NGOs, youth organizations as well, Rotaract, GCI, village councils, and capacity building was always there, opportunities for youth was always there. So it's always interesting to hear what the new perspective is, because sometimes you do need a reality check, as the case might be. You look at what's happening. What I think we need to recognize is that governance is not a one-layered thing. So very often we speak about the THA, and I was having that conversation with someone today, that there are different levels to everything. So someone was complaining to me that they went to a particular place and certain amenities were not there. And the person knows me very well. He said, "Well, Chris, this is what you all need to fix." And I said, "Well, hold on, but that's not the role of the secretary. There are people who are paid to do that." And I think what we have to recognize is that all through the Tobago House of Assembly, it's not the role of the politician to get everything done. A politician doesn't pay people. A politician doesn't patch potholes or cut the road or do those different things. I think everyone has a role in governance. And I think we need to see as Tobagonians, even as we move towards autonomy or secession, as some people might be proposing, I think we need to recognize that governance is an all of us, an all-in approach. And very often we look and we cast blame at the politician who's the policymaker at the top, and there is some blame to be carried there. But the reality is each person has a role. The clerk, one in the accounting unit, the person who is cleaning the side of the road, the technical officers, whether they're engineers, whether they're social workers, everyone has a role to play. And I think we as Tobagonians, we need to more and more recognize and appreciate our role, and don't just be content with passing off that blame, because it's easy. Especially now that we're looking for lawmaking power, we're looking for greater fiscal resources. We have to demonstrate, just as a child maturing or graduating from a home, we can't say, well, we want to graduate from the home and then still go with my mommy every day to get food from the stove. Okay. We need to do our work as well. We have a role to play. And I think that's one of the critical things, even coming out of this election, that Tobagonians, politics aside, need to recognize their role within the assembly, within governance.
I received that, and I believe that our viewers received that as well. So even talking about the follow-up, so you talk about the responsibility, and each department or each person has the responsibility, but ultimately there should be a follow-up, because there isn't there's a governing body, and you will have designated people to do certain things. But who follows up with them? That has been the clamoring song of Tobagonians. What's the follow-up?
And you're right. I think that's where the challenge usually lies. For example, of course, there's always a big hurrah about potholes. And I shared people in the districts. There are 4 districts in Tobago. Roxborough District, Speyside, Scarborough, and Maria District. That's how we separate our maintenance work, our maintenance of roads work. And in each district, there are 12 people empowered to fix a pothole before it comes to the attention of the secretary. And so there are so many layers already. So I think accountability is not the realm of the politician only. Accountability is each and every person who's employed. And, you know, I've been in this situation, the Division of Infrastructure, which I also manage for now, has 6,000 employees. Can I go day in, day out and manage each one of those employees? That's not practical, and that's not the right thing to do either.
It's micromanaging, if you
correct,
call it that.
And it's something that I've tried to wean or move away from. I shouldn't be getting up every day and saying, well, we're going to patch a pothole in Roxborough or Hoop or whatever the case is. There's a work program, funds, resources are allocated, get the job done. And then I have to put pressure at the level of the administrator to ensure that he puts pressure at the level of the senior management and so on. So that's where it goes. But again, because Tobago is a small society, and I've come face to face with it on many occasions, where because Natoya or Janae and I are very good friends, I'm not going to give a bad appraisal because it may endanger their job. But the reality is, by not being honest with that person, by not being forthright and saying, you know what, you have shortcomings, your performance has not come up to scratch, we are allowing or we are accepting mediocrity into the system. And that's where we see many of the challenges coming out. So I think as we mature as a society, as we mature as a people, mature in governance, we have to recognize that we all have a role and a responsibility. And I think moving forward, we have to be honest. Janae spoke about the need for capacity building, but at the same time, so many opportunities have been provided. So are we genuinely taking advantage of the opportunities that are there? You know, what do we need to do? People speak about education, and education is critical. How do we get people educated? And you're seeing it now in the battle against COVID-19. There's so much information about vaccination, but people still depend on a WhatsApp forward, or somebody said something on Facebook, and that becomes the credible information. And so I tell people very often, we believe the most convenient truth, the truth that we want to believe. But the reality is public education is continuous, development is continuous, and there's a lot of work to continue to be done continuously in Tobago as we move the island forward.
As we move the island forward, based on what you just said, do you think that we should also do some work with the individuals, the people of Tobago, like the mindset?
No,
what do you think about
yes,
that?
and the most difficult thing to change is a culture and a mind, because there's a great expectation of Tobagonians. For example, at present, because the private sector is not as robust as we want, and there are many factors to it. One of which being the small population size in Tobago. So many Tobagonians, young Tobagonians in particular, after they have pursued tertiary education, the expectation, of course, is that I become employed, and I become employed by the Tobago House of Assembly. But realistically, how long can we continue with that? And I heard some of the guests before speaking about sustainable employment.
Yes.
Sustainable employment comes with a private sector that is sustained, and that's why there was a plan to develop the tourism sector. My background actually is in tourism, so I know many definitions of tourism, but I always share that the best definition I've ever heard is from Alan Clovis, the owner of Kariwak. He said tourism is a temporary expansion of our population. And Tobago at present, Grenada is just over 100,000, St. Lucia 140,000, and we still see their private sector struggling. It means then that in Tobago, we need to really ramp up our population size. And outside of, we're now at what, 60 or 65,000, outside of bringing 100,000 Venezuelans or Jamaicans or whatever into the island, tourism is the next best bet to expand our population and by extension our private sector. And that's why there was a plan to develop to invest in the brand new airport terminal, a $1 billion terminal. That's why there was a plan to invest in Sandals, and all of that didn't work out. We still went after Marriott. That's why we're now developing lands for farmers, because Sandals would have required 1,500 eggs per day. Do we have that capacity to sustain that? Because we're talking about sustainable here. We don't want to have to import eggs. We don't have to import tomatoes, watermelon, none of those things. So by developing the tourism sector in that way with such a deliberate plan, what people missed was the trickle-down benefits to each and every person. More taxi drivers, more farmers, more agro-processing, more photographers. The list goes on, and of course the multiply effect of tourism, because when someone works at a hotel but is a photographer, they do a wedding shoot at a hotel, they get a nice tip, they then have to go and pay for food or whatever at the shop down the road, and pay for school fees for their children, and the list goes on. So the multiply effect of tourism is there, and that's why it's very imperative that we drive ahead with the development of the airport terminal, a major branded hotel or two, because we need to attract these airlines. We need to fill the front of the plane at present. Again, people don't know, but airlines love filling the front of the plane, first class and business class. That's where they make their money. Our facilities here in Tobago don't provide for that. We don't have a business class or first class lounge. So if I pay big money for my first class tickets, I come and I don't have the amenities that I'm used to when I go to other airports. And of course, when I fly first class or business class, I now want to stay in a 5-star hotel room, which again, we don't have these amenities here. And that's why there's that deliberate plan. And when we start moving things in that direction, you would see with a large plant, if we had Sanders or Marriott, we would need more accountants, we would need HR persons, and the list would go on, and more opportunities for young people. So there's a deliberate plan. So when we spoke about developing 3,000 new jobs, it was not just tongue-in-cheek. It was because we have set a plan in motion as the PNM to ensure that we could develop the private sector, provide more jobs, and again, that partnership between private sector and public sector.
So all of this sounds good.
Yes.
And this sounds like the PRO talking to me here, right? But I want to ask Kwesi Devines, you know, do you think that even those installments, are they realistic installments in the sense of, I'm speaking on behalf of two guests that were here earlier, Ms. Birchwood James as well as Ms. Cook, and I'm not forgetting Mr. Richards. You know, the realistic, the reality behind this new airport, you know, the consultation with the people, right? Because the airports will be built in a space where people are occupied. So now it's questionable. So I'm asking Kwesi that question.
So what we have to recognize, and again, everyone knows my soft spot when it comes to the environment. So you know, when it comes to the environment, I'm very particular. So even the environmental impact of large developments like that, I don't speak on them lightly. I speak of them from a position of there must be a role for the Environmental Management Authority. So for example, people spoke about the Sandals project being a no man's land. We know that's a fallacy now, the negative impacts of the environment. But before any large project, any large development, any large road or long road is built, the EMA, there has to be a certificate of environmental clearance. And to do that, sometimes you need an environmental impact assessment or even a social impact assessment so that the environmental concerns and the social concerns are taken into account. But far beyond that, we have to recognize that we live in 116 square miles of island paradise. There are limited opportunities for development in Tobago. 60% of our land space is covered by protected area, whether it's rainforest or mangrove, wetlands, that type of thing. So again, extremely limited opportunities. Coastal erosion is a reality, so the coastal zones are under threat. So what do we do? The airport terminal, if you do the analysis, or if you do the research, I should say, as far back as E.N.R. Robinson in power, land acquisition was made. So some people's lands were acquired, some of them were even paid, and they remained on the land and continued to live because the development didn't go through. So this has been something, the airport development is not necessarily a new project. There are many people who live in that area, and I'm saying moving from your home, whether it's for 2 years or 20 years or 40 years you live there, it's a difficult and harrowing process. And that's why we went through the painstaking effort of developing the land at Shervan and Cove to present, I think, a worthwhile alternative to persons. So from the point of view of asking Kwesi, I would say, I would tell you very personally, I kept my public days on Tuesdays while in office. And it was on a Tuesday that Butch Stewart already announced that they were not going to continue with the project, and I felt like cancelling my public day. I was heartbroken because I knew that this development meant a lot to Tobago, because I know that difficulty we have with paying all of these persons on the payroll, keeping productivity up. How do we pay persons, or keep persons on the payroll and buy material for them to work? How do we ensure that we provide scholarship funding while at the same time building schools and providing desks and chairs and everything? So the challenges are there in the assembly, and so I was looking forward I'm looking forward to developments like these to ensure that there are alternatives for Tobagonians, and there are real alternatives that we can move with. And again, once there's a solid plan, you would find that no matter what, when it comes to development, and it's not in Tobago only, you will always have people who are pushed back. When they were building the highway, there were people who tried to stop the highway. They lay down in front of bulldozers and so on. Now they're asking us to add on 2 more lanes to the highway. So development takes some foresight. It takes some bravery in government. We saw what Patrick Manning went through for the smelter plant. Now we're seeing that aluminum is a great thing, a great product, and what we would have been benefiting if we had the smelter plant in Trinidad. So I think sometimes we have to really go with it. The naysayers are allowed to go beyond and have the loudest say very often. I know of persons who cleared so much land for sandals. A guy was starting a toilet paper factory. So all of these opportunities that were there are now shelved. So we sometimes have to speak up. And consultation is not just about stopping something, but how do we improve it? And I think those are the discussions we need to have. In Grenada in 2013, although there was a change in government, there was still the move to bring sandals into Grenada. And it meant that American Airlines had moved from 1 flight per week to now where they have, I think, upwards of 10 to 12 flights per week in Grenada. The agriculture sector is booming. So all of these things we stand, and that was even though it went from one administration to the next. So I think we need to not just shut ideas down because it's not my idea, but we need to find ways to, how do I add to this? How do we improve? How does iron sharpen iron ultimately? Yeah, and that's what I look for.
I like how you ended that, Janae. I want to bring you into this conversation because you are a youth and your responsibility as the president, right? You would be hearing some of the things that the young people are saying, right? And that's between the ages of 18 to 35, correct? Or is there a different age gap within that association?
Not necessarily. We go to the Division of Youth Affairs and they have changed what they consider youth from the ages of 12 to 35. 12 to 35. So using that platform now, what are some of the things that you would have heard? Let's talk about some tourism development that you desire to have, some infrastructural development that you desire to have. What are some of the conversations that you all have been having? Right. So from an infrastructural standpoint, I think this one is obvious. So I must start with roads. Now, there are many persons that have been saying that there is need for better roads. We want smoother roads. We want that level of infrastructural development. And as Mr. Devine said, I will not be the one to come here and point fingers. That time has gone. But what I will definitely say is that I hope that with the next TH administration, and especially how we are seeking autonomy, I hope that we would eventually get to a point where we would be able to facilitate that greater infrastructural development in terms of, you know, upkeeping of building. I would forever say that sometimes the buildings is not really the problems, because sometimes we may build these new complexes, we may upgrade certain facilities, but to me the problem is more so about maintenance. And so I believe that what could benefit Tobago is to have more succession planning and cater for a more stringent maintenance regime, so that these buildings are maintained and remain as lush as they look at the start. So these are things that I know that many young persons are saying. Additionally, as it pertains to tourism, I would definitely say that a lot of the young persons complain that Tobago is boring. Yes, we have the beaches, we have the Argyle waterfall. Now and then, you know, you might go to a bar, but in many instances we want to have our own water parks, our own amusement parks, our own amusement rings and bowling rings. And as such, I believe that from that standpoint, I would like to see more in private sector investments in Tobago, especially from a foreign perspective. I would like Tobago to be seen as an island that is attractive, not only because of the beaches, which we already have, that's a given, but because of the level of activities that you can do here and the level of enjoyment that you can have here. And as we are also on the topic of tourism, you know, there are other young persons that are clamoring for more support, because there may be persons who may have their own businesses, and this is a concern across the board in all sectors. Now, yes, we know that the Tobago House of Assembly has different grants for certain things, but then when you look at the persons that are able to benefit from these projects, the question is asked, are the youth really benefiting? And as such, we would like to see more youth have access to these grants and amenities. We want to see that sometimes you might have a contract. Why not give it to a young person and help them benefit themselves and benefit the island? Because too many times we give the contracts to those persons that are already seasoned in the thing and are already wealthy. So I would like to see more investments in our youth. We don't want the tokenism. We don't want that we just give you something just because, or bring me on this panel just because. We want something that is continuous, and we want to feel like we are really included in a meaningful way. We need to feel it. We don't need to hear it. We don't need to see it, but we need to feel as if we are included.
Well, Mr. Devines, you heard that information. Information was given live and direct. Feel as if you're included. I like that. Jenny, I want to ask you what you think about the whole Tobago autonomy and your views on that.
Interesting enough, we had a Tobago Youth Assembly debate that was held just this Friday, Friday that just passed, at the Assembly Legislature, and the topic was on Tobago's autonomy. And my sentiments are the same. I am pro-Tobago's autonomy. I think now is the time for us to direct our future. And I would have heard one of the previous panelists speaking about the current THA Act of 1996 being colonialist. And that is something that I find that a bit far, but I could agree that Tobago definitely needs to break free, and as such I think that autonomy is something that we should definitely encourage. And I think that as an island, despite the political differences, we need to come together and unite and support autonomy, because we are hearing different things from different sides, and as such we as an island, we are looking we are not looking like we actually know what we are about and what we want, because there are so many different people saying different things. So what I would like to see some more public consultation so that we could come to a consensus and really push for autonomy, because as outlined in the bills brought before the Parliament, it will facilitate Tobago getting a greater fiscal allocation. It will give us the ability to make laws, something that I believe is very pertinent. And I would like to stick up in here and also advocate for the development of a Youth Opportunity Act, which seeks to promote youth development in a meaningful way. Policies need to be put in place to ensure that our youth are continually supported and included in all sectors. So that is something that I will definitely stick up in here to advocate for.
I like that. Sticking a pin to include inclusivity of the youth, and to include what else? I like that, the Youth Opportunity Act. So we're going to head to the screen now, where we'll get some information, some updates from the field as we continue to gather information here for the Tobago House of Assembly elections 2021. All right, the data is coming up right now. All right, so we're looking at Bagatelle, Bacalet, 135, Joel Jack, PDP 147, and we still have ID at 3. We go on to the next slide. Belgarden, Glamorgan, 509 for Kenneth Thomas, and Dr. Faith B. Israel, 1,057. We head across to Bethel, New Grange, Donnie Marcel at 109 for the PNM. We have Pastor Terence Baines at 175 for the PDP, and we have Dr. Denise Soyafat Angus at 3 for the Innovative Democratic Alliance. Bethesda Lakecho, we have 202 for Brian Thomas. Zorisha Hackett has 562, and the IDA, Adoni Jacob, still loading. All right, this isn't, how you think the screen looking, Kwesi? We head across the Bonaccord, Crown Point, 261, Clarence Jacob. We have Joel Sampson at 305, and we have Kay Trotman at 4. Right, we're now seeing some information as it relates to the independent candidates, Ricardo Phillip, Nkosi Phillips as well. These two are both contesting for the Buku Mount Pleasant seats, and well, they have 0 at the moment, or nil. Ansel Dennis at 453 for the PNM. We have Sonny Craig for the PDP at 540, and we have Nicola Wint at 2. That is Buku Mount Pleasant. And we head to Dallas Spring Wim. We have 95 for Kelvin Morris, Abby Taylor at 97, and Elon Berkeley at 1. Lambeau Lowlands, we're looking at 78 for Keno McKenzie, and Wayne Clark at 87. Leroy George still loading for the IDA. Mason Hall Mariah, we have Lawrence Hislop for the PNM at 452. We have Ian Anthony Pollard at 1,072, and we have Keach Gibbs for the IDA at 3. Mount St. George, Goodwood, we have Charles Adams at 114, Megan Morrison at 153, and Avenel Manswell loading. Plymouth Blackrock, we have Larry Paul, 229. We've seen the 229 for Niall George as well. All right, and that's for the PDP and PNM, 229. And we have 3 for Marlon Bryson. That's Plymouth Blackrock. We head across to Roxborough, head up to Roxborough, I should say. We have Nadine Stewart Phillips for the PNM at 165, and Watson Duke at 201. Scarborough Mount Grace, we have Marcelin Melville Jack at 141, Trevor James at 117, and Aldrin Phillips at 6. What are your thoughts on this data, Mr. Kwesi Devines?
Well, of course, it's preliminary still. I'm not sure how many polling stations are counted there. Of course, it's very tight and not necessarily best for the PNM, but I really would prefer to see how many polling stations came in. Because with any electoral district, you would know that some areas are stronghold areas for one party or another. So of course, without knowing which polling division it was, we might not be able to comment properly. But early days still, and we hope that the trends change definitely for the PNM.
You are looking at You Decide, the Tobago House of Assembly 2021 elections. I'm Latoya Johnson Chapman. We're going to head to a break, and when we come back, we're going to talk some more with our guests.
Positivity to me is a way of life. It's a way of being.
I like words.
Tactical.
If I had so much
this place
outside of the community.
So we know what I'm a young leader.
Music is the healing.
Find a new skill to do something.
You want this to be 25% of your meal.
You can go to Olympics too.
Tokyo 2020 became the goal.
And we're going to talk about achieving.
And that was my dream, to get 9 ones.
Out of the word achieve, you're left with ICE. Now everybody could achieve and have.
This December, join with us as we bring to you messages of love, hope, and light, pure acoustic and intimate. We present to you The Gift of Christmas, featuring Jara Nurse, Candice Caton, Durrell Sandy, Chanel Spencer, Curtis Jordan, Renee Lawrence, Nathaniel, and Aaron Eiffel. In the season of good tidings and cheer, we remind you of the ultimate gift, the gift of Christmas. This December, only on TTT. Brought to you by Nick Entertainment Production.
My wife betrayed me.
But my husband did not betray me.
The question is, why did she do that with me?
The question is, did this even happen?
Both were holding each other's hand while dying.
But was that true or not?
One incident, two strangers. The story is of Aditya and Zoya. Fepana.
TTT News, delivering more news more often to more people. Follow us on social media at TTT Live Online. Log on to www.ttt.live.
Welcome back to You Decide, THA Elections 2021. A political analyst, Professor Hamed Ghani, Daniel Wilson, Trinidad and Tobago Youth Ambassador for 2018, and a law student. Now, gentlemen, I want to ask, and I think I'll start with you, please, Daniel. Where do you get your information from? I ask that because the conversation at the Magdalena Grand, one of the things that was happening or was being discussed was roles and responsibilities, layers of governance. So where do you get your information? Who are some of the people that you look to, Daniel, to say, okay, well, yes, this is information about Tobago, and yes, I believe this information. Where do you find that information? Where do you get your sources?
Well, obviously, being a part of the Tobago Youth Assembly, I currently hold the position of a Youth Assemblyman for the area of Bethel Newgrange. And during that process, I would have been exposed through the Assembly Legislature to a number of documents and information surrounding the different roles and responsibilities of the different agencies in the Tobago House of Assembly. So naturally, I would be guided by that as a foundation to what is expected, what good governance should look like. And obviously, being an elected youth assemblyman, I take inspiration and I take the words of the youth constituents who elect me to serve with respect to their needs, with respect to things they want to see in the community. I am informed by them as well, so that I can really advocate and raise my voice for the issues surrounding them. But generally, when we're talking about the issues surrounding the structural makeup of the THA, their roles and responsibilities, I generally get that information from the Assembly Legislature, through proxies, through people and persons working in the Assembly Legislature who give me that kind of information.
And I want to continue on that in terms of you spoke about the people who elected you. They may not be privy to some of those documents. Where do they say they get the information from? What informs some of the opinions that they have?
Well, naturally, what informs most of the decisions that constituents have would be the political campaigns, the rallies, these things that are really emotive and drive sentiments, where they send out a lot of information surrounding their plans, surrounding their manifesto. And over this last election season, this recently concluded election season, we have seen the parties really making a constant thrust towards creating and pushing forward information that speaks to their plans for the development of the island. For instance, the PNM, would have mentioned they wanted to institute activities or initiatives for the professional development of young people. They talked about agriculture and youth. They talked about distributing 2,000 lots to single mothers, to persons desirous. So I believe that members of the various constituencies across Tobago are informed by the political campaign, what they hear on the ground, the neighbor, the nenen, the tanti. And while some of this information may not always be reliable, it speaks to a Tobago that is really connected. It speaks to the village life in Tobago, and that is what Tobago is really characteristic of.
And thank you for that. But Professor, campaign trails don't last forever. They come to an end. And when an administration has been installed, who is it that holds their feet to the fire? Said that, okay, well, this is what you said that you were going to do. Are you doing it? Are you within reaching distance of it? And this also brings to mind the question of civics. So individuals having an idea, this person is responsible for this incremental project. I'm going to approach this person, as opposed to saying, well, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. How do we approach that, Professor?
Well, I think the key thing, of course, is based on the outcome of an election, you'll have someone forming an administration and someone forming an opposition to that administration. One of the primary duties of an opposition is to hold the government or the administration's feet to the fire. The other issue, of course, is the role of the media. The media has a role to play in terms of holding an administration's feet to the fire or a government's feet to the fire in relation to the promises made and promises delivered or not delivered, as the case may be. So that you really need the media to play that role, and the journalists who work in the field to play that role of monitoring the activities, because the public have to depend on the media to get their information. They don't just get information like that. So that the media has a very important role to play as a dispassionate observer and not as an activist for one side or the other.
But sometimes it feels as though it's getting increasingly a little more difficult to do that, even though this is what we are supposed to be doing. But looking and being dispassionate, objective analysts, what are some of the things that are coming to mind with the results that we have been receiving thus far?
Well, I'm beginning to get a sense that there is perhaps the makings of some kind of political earthquake on the ground, and you know, we're sort of at a midpoint in the night here, but I'm just getting the sense that there might be the makings of a political earthquake on the ground, but we're going to see how much more we go. I'm seeing some of these preliminary figures coming in that we're getting here, and in some of those areas that I thought were marginal, I'm seeing you know, that the PDP is ahead in some of those, and if I use that as a bellwether, then it tells me that something else is happening in the rest of Tobago.
And even some of those places, what are some of those places that you're saying, okay, well, I didn't necessarily expect this, even though all the results would not have come in as yet, because in terms of Dr. Faith B. Israel, it is possible that she would have taken that seat, but the numbers that you're seeing thus far?
Well, I'm seeing strong numbers in the areas where the PDP was expected to perform well. I'm not seeing as strong numbers in the PNM areas, and in fact, I'm seeing in some cases the PDP is leading in some of these PNM areas. And then in the marginals, Bon Accord, Crown Point, I've seen that the PDP is ahead. In Mason Hall, Moriah, well, that was a PDP expected. Mount St. George, Goodwood, the PDP is ahead. Lambo Lowlands, the PDP is ahead from what I'm monitoring. And if I use marginal districts as a bellwether for what is likely to happen elsewhere, it would suggest to me that the PDP is performing extremely strongly tonight. And that is what is making me think that there are the makings of a political earthquake in terms of what we're seeing with these preliminary numbers.
And I want to ask you the same question, please, Daniel. In terms of the results that are coming in thus far, what are your thoughts on those results as they are coming in?
I said there is the makings of a potential political earthquake, but we yet to identify the epicenter. I think it's a bit early. I think that the numbers could sway. I think that this really shows the comical nature of the Tobago electorate, because we would see a lot of persons jumping up with you, supporting you in the party, in the motorcade. But when election time comes, if they're displeased with your level of service, they would simply say no to you. So I believe it's a bit early. We still wait and see. But for the PDP, look, it's like they are getting a good lead right now.
And I also want to ask you, what are your thoughts on, this is Daniel, on the, I guess, campaign leading up to the elections, say from nomination day possibly, to yesterday? What the campaigns, what did you think to yourself when you looked at what one party was doing versus another versus possibly even independents?
Well, what I would like to condemn first and foremost was the bitter, divisive politics that we have seen in this last election. I mean, it has been an election filled with good and an election filled with bad, because we see personal attacks coming to candidates, and we see threats, we see social media attacks and violations, and I think that is not representative of true Tobago culture. I mean, we still have to live with each other after these elections. But generally, I believe that both parties would have had a good campaign. I believe that the PNM had a very prominent and strong campaign, especially their social media campaign. They made available manifesto minis on their page, and they made use of the algorithms on Facebook to advertise their manifestos, their plans for Tobago in the future. So I must commend them with that. The PDP also did a good job in letting the electorate know their plans and their projects for Tobago. However, with a lot of contention and emotive language behind it, I would say, in my opinion. But I believe that both parties, both major political parties, did well. And we see the advent of new parties like the Innovative Democratic Alliance, headed by Dr. Denise Soyafat Angus, a wonderful lady. And she would have done extremely well as well in her campaign, mobilizing the support and really getting the message out to Tobagonians of what they want to accomplish. So kudos to all the political parties in this campaigning journey thus far. However, we need to stop the bitter, petty politics in Tobago and in Trinidad and Tobago.
Now, this is something that I wanted to ask you about as well, Professor, but we do that after we go straight to Tobago, where Sunil Lala has a report for us. Sunil? Straight to Tobago, where Sunil Lala has a report for us. Sunil? Straight to Tobago, where Sunil Lala has a report for us.
Afternoon, good evening, actually, good evening, good night to all the listeners, all the viewers from who's listening to TTT. We are actually in Shore Park, in the Shore Park car park in Tobago, where the PNM has set up their tonight. They moved from in January. They were actually at the PNM headquarters in Lower Scarborough, but they are here. Of course, it's just media practitioners, mostly no supporters, as we saw in the videos that Caricia would have sent us. No supporters here at this point in time. It's just basically media practitioners. The PNM actually had a talk show going on. They said they have bits and pieces so far that they have coming along, and that's it for here. It's not much going on. There were some police officers, but they have also moved away at this point in time. So at this point in time, it's just basically a social distancing as what we have seen in January. Very, very similar, but it's quite different. A different location, different set. The officials here at the PNM headquarters here tell us that they are still getting their information in bits and pieces, but we'll continue to update you as the night goes along.
Thank you very much, Sunil. And as that information comes to hand, we will share it with you. This is You Decide THA Elections 2021. And I want to continue that line of conversation with you, please, Professor, in terms of Daniel using the terms prominent and strong. Do you think that is something that would have helped or hindered the People's National Party in terms of the tenor of some of the things that they were putting out in the lead up to the elections on the campaign trail?
Well, I was curious as to the nature of the campaign and what they were putting together. It was a mixture of both positive campaigning by speaking about accomplishments and the future, but also mixed in with it was a heavy dose of negative campaigning, going after the personalities of Watson Duke and Farley Augustine. And I was seeing a fair amount of PDP airtime on PNM ads, which I thought was curious in terms of the way in which the communication strategy was set up. And also in the newspaper advertising, there was a lot of PDP airtime or place time in terms of the advertisement, so that it was apparent to me that they were fighting on two fronts. One was to try to portray to Tobago that we have done a fair amount to you and we have a fair amount more that we want to offer to you. And in terms of treating with those who are opposed to them, to go after them in terms of their personal situation. So a lot of footage, news footage with prominent news anchors and news personalities being part of the footage that was being put forward to speak negatively about some of the PDP persons. So I thought it was a very curious campaign, a mixture of positive and negative campaigning. And I don't know, where this is ending up tonight, but it certainly seems as though the trends that we are seeing are in the direction of what I have called earlier a political earthquake, and I think that it's quite possible that might be what we are seeing. But let's wait and get some more data.
And while we're waiting for that data, I want to throw it back to you, please, Daniel, in terms of not knowing where the epicenter is. Do you think the campaign, which in some respects the professor would have described as curious, would have shaken some supporters a little closer to one party versus another?
Definitely. We saw a lot of strategic campaigning from all the parties involved. The parties would have targeted the leaders of the parties and the scandals that they would have had in the past, especially the PNM capitalizing on the scandals with Watson Duke and the PSA and his retirement and the 500K and the launch. We see the PDP attacking the PNM with respect to the zipline project. So it was a lot of strategic campaigning that went on in this last election that undoubtedly would have swayed supporters on either side. So it's definitely right now looking and shaping up to be a political earthquake. But as I said before, we are yet to find that epicenter. So we wait and see.
But would that strategic campaigning, did you find it off-putting or just the cut and thrust of politics? How did you look at it and describe it?
The strategic campaigning, to an extent, is acceptable. However, I believe that in some instances, when we talk about character degradation of persons, in the media, it had a lot of attacks against the PNM candidate, Ms. Franca Corner. We saw a lot of personal attacks against her in the media. And it really goes to show how Tobagonians on a large scale are somewhat demotivating young people to be a part of this political process, to put themselves up for service. I mean, when we talk about service, we talk about giving back. We talk about new beginnings. We talk about hope. We talk about optimism. But how can that be accomplished when we are constantly denigrating our youth? I believe that strategic campaigning could only go so far, and it should not be abused. And in some instances in this election, it was abused. And I think that is really atrocious, and we need to condemn those agents that are doing that.
And with regard to how information is passed, meaning is passed, communication, Professor, one of the things that we're looking at was the withdrawal of the digital tallying by the EBC. Do you think that is something that would have been strategic? I mean, already showing your hand, saying, okay, well, this is the direction we want to go, but not having it in this specific election. Do you think that was a positive or a negative?
I think the way it was handled was not very good. I mean, the EBC didn't communicate this before the campaign got underway. They came with it after things were already in train, and I think that caught a lot of people by surprise. There is a lot of suspicion about electronic interventions in voting. Trinidad and Tobago pioneered electronic voting back in 1961 with voting machines. And there's a bad history behind voting machines in terms of the kind of suspicion that people have about it. And in the 1976 election, Dr. Williams went back to the ballot box. And I think that, the ballot box has restored confidence in terms of the election. But I think that the bad history with voting machines has created a veneer of suspicion with regard to electronic methods in voting. But what the EBC was planning to do would have facilitated them to be able to turn around results much faster and get information out much faster. So that I think the problem was the manner in which they communicated this, because I suspect that, you know, after these elections are over, if they engage all the political parties, all the stakeholders, and demonstrate to them what it is they want to do and how they want to do it, it's a positive in terms of, you know, keeping a track and being able to know in real time how many people have voted, etc. But to spring it into the political campaign after the campaign had started, I think was what the cause of the difficulty, where the cause of the difficulty lay. And perhaps they made a good decision to withdraw it, but I think they should come again.
Do you feel the same way about that, Daniel?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you feel the same way in terms of the communication of saying, okay, well, this is how we're going to be tallying, we're going to be rolling this out, and then the EBC pulling it back, saying, okay, well, we'll do it at a later date?
I think that the EBC is an independent organization, and in a democracy, I would like to believe that we as citizens would trust our independent organizations to make the best decisions at the right time. So, for me personally, it's not like I'm saying whatever the EBC says goes, but I have enough trust in them as an organization, as an independent organization, to run this election in a way that they see fit, fair, and equitable. So definitely I would support them in this move that they've taken.
And I like the fact that you speak about trust. What are some of the things that you think people would have been voting on? Would it have been more personal, or would it have been the track record or policies that would have been espoused by parties, Daniel?
Well, I believe that it's a mixture of personal wants and needs as well as policy. You see plenty of persons, as I would have mentioned before, seeking employment, whether that be in the THA or in the private sector. You see a lot of persons clamoring for increased policy advocacy with respect to sport development, with respect to supporting our athletes, with respect to more advocacy surrounding the autonomy bill. So in this election, I believe there will mixed sentiments with respect to the voter behavior per se, because we see instances where persons would want to achieve their personal desires and aims, but also they want to see the development and sustainable development of Tobago itself. So it was really a mixture in this election season.
And I ask you the same question, please, Professor. Is it a matter of saying, I trust this person, or is it that I trust this party? What are some of those things you think would have held sway?
Well, the issue of trust is always important in politics. I think that processes have to be trusted, and those who advocate policies, you need them to be trusted. And of course, the track record is what is going to give you that trust. You say that you are going to do this, you come into office, you do what you said you were going to do. Once you get that connection right, and you don't start skimming around the edges and start making excuses and changing things, you have to be careful. So political trust is something that is very important. And that comes back to that whole EBC issue, the question of the extent to which we are going to trust making changes to our electoral system, the way in which we elect our representatives at whatever level, whether it is Parliament, whether it is EBC or whatever, as the case may be.
And one of the things that I look at is, if it happened like this, well, we will go to Tobago at this point in time. When we return, so right now this is You Decide 2021 at THA elections. We actually go to Tobago right now. Right now this is You Decide 2021 at THA elections. We actually go to Tobago right now.
Good night again. Good night, viewers. So we are here at the PDP's camp in Roxborough, and it is celebration mode. We have here with us 3 of the PDP supporters. Tell us, how are you all feeling tonight?
Well, I feel so wonderful that the PDP win outright. But it's one thing I want to say. Dr. Pete Rowley had to know that what he's saying to Tobagonians, because long-term politics and this politics is two different politics.
Thank you. So what do you have to say based on the preliminary results? Some seats have already been declared. How are you all feeling?
Well, I feel happy. I feel joy in my soul. You know why? The reason why I feel happy, Mr. Duke and Mr. Farley, they treat them like dogs. You understand? Chelsea Davis and Celestine, but I don't know, if you feel that she is the queen for us, and Mr. Rowley is our father, we've been treated like dogs. PNM do what they want, what they feel, what they like, and PDP cannot do what they want.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. How are you feeling?
Very much happy, very much happy. All the victimizations will stop now, it will end there. And all the departments will rise up because they are too poor. Everything wrecked. The PNM has wrecked everything, and all they're doing, when election time, they ain't giving anybody anything, but when election coming around, they're going around. Give you material, give you grants, give you money, paying people all up to today. They're going on the block and pay people to vote. But you know what the people was doing? Taking the money and go and vote PDP. Because we're fed up of the victimization. And Rowley is too out of place, sending over 1,000,001 police here to intimidate us. But it didn't work. Because we had the sense to know they cannot intimidate us, and we have this election to win, and we move out and won this election tonight. Right. One more thing.
So you heard it from the PDP supporters here at Roxborough. As mentioned, some of the seats have already been declared while we await final results. However, the PDP's political leaders, including Farley Augustine, mentioned, you could hear the noise behind me. So the PDP Deputy Leader, Farley Augustine, indicated that he would address the media virtually in a little while. So that's it for now here at the PDP's camp in Roxborough. I am Carissa Douglas for TTT News.
Thank you very much, Carissa. And Professor, what are some of the things that come to mind? And we're hearing it from the mouths of individuals who would have taken part in this electoral process. So, and there a raft of emotions and issues that have been raised.
Well, it's obviously going to be a very emotional time for many on both sides. The issue is that the PDP conducted a much lower profile campaign than the PNM. The PNM's campaign was extremely high profile, and as I was telling you earlier, I was surprised at the amount of PDP content that was placed in PNM advertising. So that, you know, one has that issue to deal with. But I think that the key to this election, to understand it, was the autonomy bills, because the autonomy bill unleashed the issue of the prospect of Tobago getting some kind of autonomy. And when there was disappointment with what was offered, there was a backlash. And to my mind, Tobago nationalism rose as the autonomy bills were unveiled. And with the unveiling of the autonomy bills and then the disappointment with the extent of the autonomy that was being offered was an issue. It played in January and it played again tonight. And I think also some of the emotions being expressed there would relate to more personal situations and circumstances, people having a knowledge about certain things. But it was quite apparent that, and I sensed from what I was seeing in some of these marginal seats that I had marked off, that a political earthquake was in the making. Because once I saw the kinds of numbers, and then I was seeing even in areas that I was expecting that the PNM would win based on January 2021 voting behavior, it is clear that things had changed considerably in 11 months. And that tonight Tobago has voted in a particular way and has expressed itself quite forcefully, because from what we're seeing, it is indeed what I sense will be a political earthquake.
What do you say, Daniel?
Well, from that little clip that just played there, we see that the voices of Tobago, some of the voices of Tobago have spoken, and we see their pain, we see their victimization, as they put it in large part. But however, I would also like to mention that the incumbent government has done significantly well in trying to reach out to every individual across the Tobago space. For instance, they have instituted a number of programs, even before election time, that has been focused on entrepreneurial development, that has been focused on youth, that has been focused on sport development. However, as you can see from the sentiments on the ground, not everything, not every policy or program they would have put in place would have touched every single person in the same way. And therefore, we see people are speaking now with their fingers and voting for change, voting for something that they believe would shape their Tobago in a different way. But we wait for the final results and the final determination to see how this election really swings.
And we will be bringing you those results as they come to hand. This is You Decide THA Elections 2021. And Professor, in terms of mapping voter behavior, what are some of those things that you're saying, okay, well, this is something that I thought might have happened, but are really starting to concretize as the evening progresses?
Well, I think that there are two things going on here. One is that in my own mapping and then calculation, that there were three areas that I wanted to focus on as potential marginal seats. And the kinds of results I saw coming in those particular areas suggested to me that if I'm using them as bellwethers, then it is clear that something else is going to be happening in the other seats. Then I started to see some of the PNM areas and what was coming in. And I was seeing that the PNM was trailing in some of the areas I was expecting them to win using January voting behavior. And that therefore began to tell me in my mind that maybe what we had in the making here was some kind of political earthquake. And that's why I used that terminology earlier. Because it appeared from those kind of preliminary results, when you get that happening in areas that you expect a particular party to win, and I was targeting the PNM and said these were PNM leaning areas based on January voting behavior, then to see the kinds of numbers that were coming in where the PDP was ahead, even in PNM areas, then that started to tell me that something else was going on. So that's the mapping and the outcome that I'm matching here tonight in terms of what we are seeing on the ground.
And when we last came together in January, Professor, it was the most excited that I'd seen you for a result, because I don't think anybody was really looking and saying, okay, well, this thing is going to finish 6-6. So we are looking to see what the political earthquake will result in as we take you through the paces of You Decide THA Elections 2021. But that nationalistic bent, how difficult do you think it is to come back from something like that? And when I say come back, it is one thing to say, okay, well, we've done some consultation and this is what we propose with regard to Tobago autonomy. But then knowing, okay, well, there's still voices, there are dissenting voices saying that we want more than you've offered. And then there's a fight saying, okay, well, 3/4 or 3/4 majority. After already hearing some of these voices, is it something that you suggest be scrapped altogether? Is it something that you look and say, okay, well, we work from here, we get this, and we move forward, fixing as we go? How does one approach this?
Well, there's a clear message tonight that what was being offered in terms of autonomy has been rejected. That is a clear message tonight. How you come back from this is you seek to renegotiate the position, because the government in Port of Spain is still the government in Port of Spain. And if there is a new administration in Scarborough, they are going to be lobbying and articulating for a position that is substantially different from what is before the Parliament. So I think that this is something that is going to require careful political consideration, because the bill is still in the Parliament and the government has to decide what they are going to do. They may very well decide, look, we got the message, we pull the bill, we're not going ahead with this, or let's open up a new round of consultations, let's listen to what you're saying, and let's see how best this can work. Because I think that, you see, the key problem here is trying to keep a unitary state and grant autonomy. Because there are other voices that are talking about having a federal state where you have a central government and then you have individual units. I don't know exactly which way the government will want to go, but the government will have to do some introspection. The bill is one that is before the House. I suspect the opposition is also going to have a position on this. One of the things about this campaign is that in the PNM campaign, they tried to link the UNC to the PDP. That was a central plank in the campaign. And it did not work in January, and it has not worked tonight. To my mind, the reason why it did not work is the UNC is not in power in Port of Spain. In 2013, it worked because the UNC was in power in Port of Spain. But I don't think in 2021, the two elections we've had, it was going to work because the UNC is in opposition. So the UNC is not in a position to influence any outcomes. So I think that from a communication standpoint, the government's handlers and those who were involved in preparing their campaign may have tried to recapture something that existed at an earlier time with great success for the PNM in 2013, a 12-0 wipeout. Campaign was Stand in Defense of Tobago and so on. That was the PNM campaign, and the UNC was in power in Port of Spain. It tried it in January, tried it in December. It didn't work. And it was always going to be a risky strategy because the UNC is in opposition. It's not in government. And I think that is something that has played very different tonight. The PDP, as a political party, has emerged out of a kind of a grassroots element. Its strength started on the eastern end of Tobago, when in the 2017 THA election, they won two electoral districts out there, both Mr. Duke and Mr. Augustine. And Dr. Faith B. Israel lost her seat by 5 votes in a three-way contest with the Tobago Forwards, the PNM, and the PDP. And she was made a councillor in the THA. But by the time we got to 2021, she won her seat. The Forwards are off the scene, and the split vote reality of that was gone. And what we have seen tonight is perhaps the conclusion. So you've had a long sweep. If we take the historical sweep, 1980, the Tobago House of Assembly is formed. The DSC comes to power with A.N.R. Robinson. And for that time, up until 2000, 1980 to 2000, DSC then converting to NAR, in power for 20 years. Then 2021, January 2021, the PNM wins control of the Tobago House of Assembly because the UNC contested the election. There was a big rift between President Robinson and Prime Minister Pandey about 7 defeated candidates being part of his 16, which was refused. And Mr. Pandey's response was for the UNC to contest the THA election. They split votes, but the byproduct of that was it delivered the THA to the PNM. And the PNM remained in power from 2001, and it appears tonight, to 2021, for 20 more years. So now we may be going into some kind of new political dispensation. So if we take in these cycles and trying to examine what has gone on here tonight, I think that as more and more numbers come in and we begin to see what is happening, we have to see the extent to which the PDP has won the election tonight by being able to see how many seats they're going to end up with.
And I want to follow that conversation with you, but just before that, I want to bring you into the equation, Daniel. How important do you think the Tobago Autonomy Bill has been to this THA election?
The Tobago Autonomy Bill has been one of, if not the most crucial part of this election. This is one of the most historic elections in Tobago history, and I would hope that even given any result tonight in the THA elections, that the progress that was made from this last government, from Dr. Keith Rowley's administration, that progress with the autonomy bill is not neglected. However, we do see the advent of voices in Tobago coming out saying, we want this to be shaped differently, we want to meet this need in this way. And I believe that these voices should be heard. So therefore, if that means going back to Tobago, if that means more consultancy, let us ensure that that occurs so that in the end we can enjoy self-government for Tobago and that autonomy that gives us the power to determine our own future. And I want to touch on some of these aspects in the bill. In the two bills, the Tobago Island Government Bill and the Autonomy Bill for Tobago. And it speaks to exclusive lawmaking power for over 20 sectors in our society. And that is indeed a tremendous step in the right direction. My personal philosophy is that development is a continuous journey. So the people of Tobago really need to come together. We need to go back. We need to have more consultations if need be. And we need to ensure that in the end, we need to put our political differences aside and ensure that self-government is granted to Tobago, because that is all we really want. And it has been an important facet in the way how this election is currently going.
All right, now I want to start this conversation, but we won't be able to complete it right now, Professor. A new administration, something that has started from grassroots. So you've heard what people are saying, and people believe that with them giving you the mandate, you are going to put into practice what you say you're going to. What are some of those things that the new administration you think should be out of the blocks with, looking to fulfill?
Well, one of the things that was being put forward was to develop the private sector in Tobago and to create more opportunities for the private sector in Tobago. So from a philosophical standpoint, that would clearly appear to be one of the things that they are obviously going to have to place emphasis on, because they campaigned on that. Fali Augustine spoke about this on several occasions, and he's going to obviously have to live up to that, because that was a clear promise that he made. The other was the issue of autonomy, and they're not accepting the autonomy bill. The parliament in Port of Spain, the national parliament, is made up of the PNM and the UNC in the House of Representatives, the PNM, the UNC, and the independent bench in the Senate. Those are the persons who hold sway. But I think the voice of a new administration in Scarborough will have to be listened to in terms of how this is going to play out. And then, of course, the issue of granting autonomy with a new administration in Tobago is going to be clearly a different dispensation, and is going to be one in which the PNM is not in the ascendant in Tobago, and we still haven't yet gone into what may have happened with regard to the PNM in terms of the long sweep of history. And I sense that when you come back from a subsequent break, we'll be able to get into that. But I think that for the moment, autonomy is the big issue. The administration in Scarborough does not have the ability to enact it, because it's the national parliament in Port of Spain that does that. But the administration in Scarborough has the ability to influence it, especially based on what the voters in Tobago have said tonight.
And with that teaser, it gives an idea of conversation to come when we return. You decide, THA Elections 2021. When we return, it will be from the Magdalena Grand. Stay with us.
I'm Renee Sion with another edition of Caribbean Week in Review.
This December, join with us as we bring to you messages of love, hope, and light, pure acoustic and intimate. We present to you The Gift of Christmas, featuring Jara Nurse, Candice Caton, Durrell Sandy, Chanel Spencer, Curtis Jordan, Renee Lawrence, Nathaniel, and Aaron Eiffel. In the season of good tidings and cheer, we remind you of the ultimate gift, the gift of Christmas. This December, only on TTT. Brought to you by Nick Entertainment Production.
You are So many wish but never reach. 'Cause when I'm falling and all the world seems dark, you help me find my peace. Oh, shun mi ba fishani. Oh, shun mi ba yeah. Oh, shun mi ba fishani. Arubita, yeah 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 yeah.
And we are back here. You decided the Tobago House of Assembly elections 2021. And Anselm Richards is still here with us. Thank you so much. Listen, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Well, I'm seeing that it is approaching a total blackout in Tobago.
A blackout. That's what you want to call it, a blackout.
That's what the PDP has been projecting. That they want to, you know, in the computer language, sometimes when you have a glitch in the system, you have to black it out and then restart. So the Tobago is at a point where you're going to block out everything and reset. Restart the economy, restart the society, restart the population, and restart our demand in a more aggressive way for internal self-government.
Interesting, interesting. We're going to go to the screen as well for some more results. So far we're hearing that the Mason Hall Mariah seat, Mr. Ian Pollard has retained his seat. So that's confirmed, right? So we have Mr. Ian Pollard at 1,494 votes and Lawrence Hislop at 807 votes, and we have IDA at 16 votes with Keish Gibbs. Bagatelle Bacalet, we have Mr. Joel Jack at 736 votes, all right? 872 for Ms. Charles Panton and 31 for Keon Clark. But you see, Mr. Keon Clark, what do you think about that, Mr. Richards? You know, in the beginning, when PDP started, these are the kind of votes that they would have gotten for the first election that they would have entered.
Well, it's a newcomer in the race, and it takes time to build confidence, to present yourself. It's a new organization, and at least they have some support on the ground, as minimal as it may appear to be at this particular point in time. So there's room for growth. There's room for growth. You know, once consistency, honesty, you know, those are the variables that keep you relevant in the political climate.
Right. Let's go to another slide. We are seeing here Mount St. George Goodwood, Charles Adams at 114, Megan Morrison at 153, and we still have Avenel Manswell loading. What do you think about this district, Mr.?
Well, I think that should be much improved on what was presented there at this time.
Right.
So that has to be probably one polling station that came in at that particular point in time. But that's one of the new areas that they would have reconfigured in the 15 seats.
Right.
So what they would have done, they would have taken part of Goodwood Belgarden and marry it with Mount St. George, take off part of Mount St. George, Bacalet, and marry that with Bagatelle, and create the seat that Miss Natasha Pantin, Charles Pantin seems to be leading Mr. Jackin. So those configurations really change the dynamics of the constituent politics, as it were.
Okay, we have one more graphics on the screen, and we are looking at Scarborough Mount Grace. The 391 for Marcellin Melville Jack, 381 for Trevor James, and we have 13 for Aldrin Phillips. Right, so that's what we have right now for the data coming in from the elections. What do you think PDP-led Tobago House of Assembly would look like? If you're supposed to project that.
It's early days, you know. It depends on the configuration in terms of the output from the election results. You know, the number of seats win, won by the PDP will determine the configuration. You know, whether we have 15 assemblymen from the PDP side and no opposition, that's another configuration. So we await the results, but what this does is really give Tobagonians and the incoming administration an opportunity to really clean up some of the concerns that Tobagonians would have had and expressed over the last 21 years with the PNM administration. So I think that the litmus test for the PDP will be how they start governing, how they bring the island together, because I can tell you, we have not seen a Tobago as divided as we have had at Tobago in the last 21 years. You know, Tobago is a small society, a close-knit community, and we have had real rigid division along political lines. And I think that the strength of the island is diluted when that happens. And therefore, one of the social building block of the incoming administration is to heal those political wounds and ensure that the Tobago works for every Tobagoan, and including those who may have not voted for you and who may have not supported you in this election, because you are the administration of Tobago and not the administration of the PDP. So that has to be the philosophical underpinning that comes in, that informs the administration as it goes along.
Right. And as we're talking about that aspect as well, one of the things I wanted to even ask you earlier, the 15 seats, this new concept of the 15 seats and the placements of that, do you think that the island of Tobago, do you think that affected what the results that we're seeing now? Because the population of the island, how has that been able to, you know, you break it down, you're the one with the facts here, so tell me about that.
Well, what happened? Yeah. The 15 seats was imposed on Tobago. It was imposed because there was no discussion. If you follow the evolution of this 15 seat, is that when they had a tie in January, right, on the 25th, the January election, what happened is that Mr. Rowley and the cabinet in Port of Spain went to Parliament with this 15 seat, pulling this thing from a proposal that came down for the autonomy, pull out that section from the autonomy bill and say we had asked for 15 seats, but that was a proposal. And there was no meaningful consultation. The law was passed before they start talking to Tobagonians. So it was a done deal, it was set. So, but what that done is a miscalculation that they would have made. So they thought that 15 seats would have given them an advantage, because if you understand, the January results show that the east was black and the western end of the island was virtually red. And if you look at the population distribution across Tobago, yes, you will recognize that the west is more populated than the, so they thought that their seats would have been divided to make the 15, and their 6 would have come 9, the additional seat. But when the EBC came on the ground, right, the adjustment created real opportunities for the PDP, because some of the seats, for instance, after the adjustment was made, the Lambo Lowland seat, which is one of the new seats, came within play for the PDP. There was a 58 or 48 vote that separated the PNM and the PDP in the reconfigured election from when you reconfigured the vote from January. Right. So when you do the analysis, you recognize that was a seat they play. And what the PNM did not anticipate is that when you look at the January results, Tobagonians had made up their mind to change the island government. Because in the midst of all that they would have done, especially in Roxborough, they bought 2 boats. They built a new police station. They built a new health hospital. They built a fire station. And Tobagonians still voted. When Tobagonians make up their minds that they had enough, there is nothing in the world you can do to change that. We just tolerate a lot, you know, as a people. We are very, very contented with nothing. But when we say time to move, we move. Very, very contented with nothing, and we have been very, very contented. And when we say time to move, we move. And they miscalculated that in terms of the 15 seat. Now, it might have been a quite different and a more exciting result had they had 1 seat.
As in 13?
Yeah, but what they did, they went for a 50% increase in the size of government in Tobago. 25% increase, sorry. So they move you from 12 to 15, that's 25% increase. Right. Yeah. and you have a population of 60,000 persons carrying a government that is almost half the size of the national government that represents 1.4 million people. So the arithmetic and the economics behind it wasn't really compatible, but it makes good weather and good political opportunity for the PDP, as we are seeing in the results.
Yeah, and I know we're looking at some footage right now up in Roxborough, I believe. This is where they're already celebrating the seat up there, and this, of course, this is Mr. Watson.
That's Mr. Duke campaign office headquarters.
Yes, that's where his office is.
Yeah.
So I'm getting information that he's supposed to make a statement soon, so we're looking forward to that and bringing that live to you here on You Decide, the Tobago House of Assembly 2020-21 elections. Yes.
Yes.
Right? Right. So as we continue to just talk about this election here now, in moving forward, further divisions and, you know, the placements of the officers and whatnot. So we're looking at more footage here as we continue this conversation. How would you place the officers?
Well, it is not my...
We're talking openly.
I think that will be the remit of the incoming Chief Secretary,
right.
You know, Mr. Farley Augustine. So okay. Probably he has configured his executive council already. You know, I will be speaking out of turn if I should come on TTT and make any projection. You know, I will leave that. I will give him the virginity of that act should be taken by Mr. Farley and not any political commentator.
Right.
You know, so I will not comment on that.
Lovely. I respect that. Yes. All right, so we could get some more footage up on the screen so we could see what's happening there in Roxborough. And
I don't know if Mr. Duke is there as yet, but I know his supporters are gathering.
Right.
There's also some concern from the police about, you know, gathering in mass numbers there. So I hope that all goes well without any major incident. So we pray for that kind of outcome
yes,
tonight.
And I hope the COVID-19 protocols are being respected as well there, because I know there were some officers that came up, to manage this.
Well, the guard and emergency branches here, it's called GB, the riot squad as they will want to call it in some other places.
Right.
And they are here for a specific purpose, and that is to avoid this kind of mass gathering like what we saw on nomination day. And I think that the executive of the police service, which is being led by Mr. McDonald Jacobs at this particular point in time, would have made it abundantly clear that they are not going to tolerate any reoccurrence of that kind of gathering, whether in celebration of the outcome of the election or any other type of gathering. They are going to be very forceful in the enforcement of the public health protocols for the COVID-19. Yes. So I hope that good sense will prevail, and we won't have any confrontation between law enforcement and the jubilation of the supporters at Roxborough anywhere else around the island, because it seems like the celebration will be in the 12 or the 15 constituencies, as it were.
Okay. You are looking at You Decide live at the Magdalena Grand Resort in Tobago, and we are covering the Tobago House of Assembly 2021 elections. We're going to take a break now, and when we come back we have more information from you from the field and more updates on what's happening.
TTT News, delivering more news more often to more people. Follow us on social media at TTT Live Online. Log on to www.ttt.live.
Line and Length, the #1 cricket program in the West Indies, is on TTT. Line and Length brings you up-to-date interviews, analysis, and highlights on the game in the region and internationally. Plus, there's an added bonus to receive a gift of gear each month with our grassroots program. Go to lineandlength.net to learn more. Line and Length in association with Massey United Insurance on TTT.
Oshun mi ba fishani. Oshun mi ba yeah. Oshun mi ba fishani. Arubita yeah 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 yeah.
Positivity to me is a way of life. It's a way of being.
I like words.
Tactical.
If I had so much
This place.
outside of the community.
So we know one of my young leader.
Music is the healing. Find a new skill or to do something.
You want this to be 25% of your meal.
You can go to Olympics too.
Tokyo 2020 became the goal.
And we're going to talk about achieving.
And that was my dream, to get 9 ones.
Out of the word achieve, you're left with ICE. Now everybody could achieve and have.
Welcome back to You Decide, the THA Elections 2021. Political analyst Professor Hamed Ghani is on set with us, and we are joined virtually by Daniel Wilson, Trinidad and Tobago Youth Ambassador 2018 and a current law student. And Professor, looking at the results, it seems as though there's going to be a decisive majority in the administration one way. What does that majority allow the incoming administration to do?
Well, I mean, you'll be able. There'll be a new set of faces handling the governance of Tobago, and obviously they will meet an administration that is in place. The public servants are there, and they are going to obviously have to engage them in respect of the policies that they want to implement. So that the first thing is that on Thursday the assembly will have to meet, and all assemblymen will be sworn in. Then the assembly will choose a presiding officer, and then you're going to have the election of a chief secretary and a deputy chief secretary, and then the chief secretary will then name assign portfolios to persons in respect of how the administration will look. And then they get down to the task of governing. So there's a lot that would have been said on the campaign trail and a lot of promises that would have been made. And I think one of the key issues that they will obviously have to confront is the question of handling the COVID-19 situation, because they'll be taking it over in terms of the Division of Health, having a new health secretary in Tobago and engaging with a Tobago Regional Health Authority and a number of other things. So you're going to have, I think that's going to be one of the immediate things that they're going to have to address. There are other things, obviously, that they have spoken about that they will have to address, and we'll just have to wait and see, how this is going to play out. But as it stands now, we're hearing all kinds of things crossing the airwaves, a lot of social media commentary and speculation. So I really don't want to engage in a numbers game at this stage where we don't have the final numbers. But just to say that I stick with my original prediction that I was sensing there was a political earthquake about to happen on the ground in Tobago.
And Daniel, I'll ask you, where do you think the epicenter is right now?
Well, I'm seeing quite evidently that we're starting to feel that little shake. We're starting to feel that little shake up somewhere. The people of Tobago are speaking, they have spoken, and what I really want to see from the incoming administration is a focus on the main issues in front of us, that being the autonomy bill, that being the issues surrounding the airport expansion project with resident displacement and whatnot. I want to see a Tobago where youth are developed. There is a focus on youth development and sustainable youth development after that. And I believe overall the people of Tobago have spoken with their fingers, and they have spoken resoundingly in favor of one party so far. But we wait to see the final official results as they become available to us.
Thank you so much for that. And if we hold true to form, our counterpart in Tobago last time around in January, we may be seeing him a little more prominently. But one of the things, Professor, that I wanted to ask you, because, and we spoke to it before we took the break, the history of it all. We are at this point in time, it's a historic occasion, Professor. And what is some of the history, some of those mileposts that you would have seen, okay, well, this is an indicator of the way things can turn depending on how decisions are made, coming along to this point where we are at tonight?
Well, the broad sweep of history is that all of this really started with a private member's motion by Mr. A.N.R. Robinson in 1977 when he was elected as the MP for Tobago East. That in itself, the 1976 general election, was a political earthquake in Tobago because both Basil Pitt and Wilbert Winchester, who were the PNM candidates, had lost their seats to A.N.R. Robinson and Dr. Winston Murray. And the DSC then became a force in the parliament, and Mr. Robinson started a journey with that private member's motion calling for internal self-government for Tobago. It led ultimately to the creation of a Tobago House of Assembly in 1980, and the DSC won the first election 8-4. Mr. Robinson became the chairman, the first chairman of the Tobago House of Assembly, and they were re-elected in 1984. And then in 1986, the NAR was formed, and he became the prime minister, leading the NAR to victory. And then in the 88 election, the NAR continued to win, so we had transitioned from DSC to NAR. They won again in 92. In 96, there was this new THA that came into being, and the NAR continued to win. And then in 2000, in the January 2001 election, that is when Mr. Pandey and Mr. Robinson had their differences about defeated candidates as senators. And Mr. Pandey decided that he would have the UNC contest the THA elections. Obviously, the upshot of that was to split votes and cause the NAR to lose control, so that it was something between himself and Mr. Robinson, who was now the president. The PNM came to power. Orville London became the chief secretary. And the PNM were in power from 2001 to 2021, if the results that we're hearing tonight are the results. We just don't know the final figures. I think that, there have been other attempts. There was the creation of the Tobago Organization of the People in 2009, and they won about 4 seats, I think, in 2009 THA election. In 2010, they won the 2 parliamentary seats in Tobago, and then it was back downhill. The PNM did a clean sweep of the THA in 2013, and then you had also a situation whereby the PNM have held the 2 Tobago seats during this period of time. So what is happening is that we've walked an interesting road to get where we are tonight.
And it seems as though, in terms of walking that road, we are going to be hearing from Tracy Davidson Celestine. So we go to Tobago at this point for that. Hearing from Tracy Davidson Celestine. So we go to Tobago at this point for that. Hearing from Tracy.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to the members of the media. Good evening to all those who may be viewing on any virtual platform. Of course, my name is Kwesi Devines, Public Relations Officer of the People's National Movement, Tobago Council. I'm here with our political leader. This is Tracy Davidson Celestine, Mr. Ansel Dennis, Chief Secretary or Vice Chairman of the party, Mr. Dion Isaac, General Secretary as well, Ms. Yolanda Beckles. And of course, I must say good evening, a special good evening to Mr. Wesley Celestine. Of course, we're coming on the heels of a very tumultuous period of campaigning. today being election day, the polls are closed and the numbers are coming in rapidly. So at this time, I would like to hand over to our political leader, Mrs. Tracy Davidson Celestin, as she addresses everyone. Also, my apologies. Let me invite Mr. Dion Isaac, our Vice Chairman, to say a few words. Mr. Isaac.
Thank you very much, Public Relations Officer, Mr. Devines. Pleasant good evening. I should say good night to the members of the media, citizens of Tobago, PNM supporters. Let me also recognize our political leader and her husband, along with our executive members. And let me take this opportunity to express to the people of Tobago that democracy is definitely alive and well in Tobago. We in the People's National Movement have seen the result of today's election, and the people of Tobago have spoken. They have made their decision, they've made a clear choice, and in the spirit of good gamesmanship, we on the PNM side have accepted the decision and the choice of the people of Tobago. We also want to indicate that we will continue to do our work. We will do our introspection. We shall regroup. And I just want to indicate to the people of Tobago that the People's National Movement will learn its lesson from this election, and we will return. At this point in time, I just want to say that every single time we enter into a competition, there must be a winner and there must be a loser. But at the same time, we have to be prepared to learn the lessons that come out of it. And there's no doubt that we in the People's National Movement have learned some serious lessons this evening, and we are prepared to do what is necessary to return to a place where we can satisfy the needs, wants, and desires of the people of Tobago. I want to take this opportunity now to hand you over to our political leader, Mrs. Tracy Davidson Celestin.
Well, thank you very much, Vice Chairman of the Tobago Council of the PNM. And let me say a pleasant good evening to each and every one of you, members of the media, PNM members, supporters on the stage, and of course to our fellow Tobagonian out there. First and foremost, I want to use the opportunity to thank God and even the PNM membership for their support over the last 20 years or so. Of course, you know that we have been in governance in the Tobago House of Assembly and in the Tobago space for some time now. And we were attempting to do something that many other democratic countries couldn't have achieved, which is to try to ensure that we retain 5 consecutive terms in office. But of course, on the heels of the 21st anniversary of the People's National Movement continuing to govern this space called Tobago, there was an election and we did not make it. The people decided, of course, that they want change, and so they voted the other party. I take the opportunity tonight to congratulate rather the PDP and their leadership for winning this election, and I wish them all the best in the upcoming term of office in the Tobago House of Assembly. But as for us on this side, of course, we are saddened by the loss tonight, but at the same time, it's an opportunity, as the Vice Chair would have indicated, for us to regroup and do our introspection, and of course, look at new ways in which we can appeal and appease the members of the public out there. I want to say that the People's National Movement is still strong and alive. we still have our candidates who will continue to work on behalf of the People's National Movement, as well as the organization called the People's National Movement. And of course, we will not stop until we are able to take control of the Tobago House of Assembly once again. And so we will do whatever we have to do from this end, that is the Tobago Council of the PNM, to ensure that we are able to represent the people of Tobago in whatever way that we can, and in whatever opportunities have been created going forward. Our campaign, as far as I'm concerned, and most of us are concerned in the People's National Movement, was a well-executed one. We did offer to the people of Tobago exciting plans, and more so new plans, and we were very well intent on revolutionizing Tobago and of course the Tobago House of Assembly. However, our people would prefer other options, and so they have voted for that side. But we are here, we are still very concerned, and we would still like to see Tobago developed in a particular way. And we, as I said, will play our part to ensure that Tobago is managed in the right way and of course governed in the right way. So again, I issue congratulations to those on the other side, Farley, Chavez Augustine, and of course the political leader of the PDP, Watson Duke, and of course their team. And again, I wish to thank all of the membership of the People's National Movement for their support over the last years and for their encouragement. And to you, the people of Tobago, I say we are still here, and we will provide you with whatever representation that you will need coming from the platform of the People's National Movement. So I urge everyone, of course, you know, I used to be or was the health secretary. Of course, that will change in the not so distant future. I just want to use the opportunity to remind the Tobagonians to be safe out there. COVID is still very alive and present in our communities. And for me, it's about ensuring that Tobagonians take up the responsibility at this time to be vaccinated as much as possible. Because of course, we know that is the only hope for us as a people. So thanks to each and every one of you, members of the media, and of course, the PNM membership, and of course, all of Tobago for whatever support you would have given to us over the time that we have been in office managing the affairs on behalf of the people of Tobago. Thank you, and God richest blessings to each and every one of you.
Well, you decide Tobago House of Assembly elections 2021, and the decision has been made, and understandably disappointed, but there we had the gracious concession speech by the leader of the Tobago Council, Tracy Davidson Celestine, and we will also be waiting on the speech, victory speech as it were, by the PDP, so we look forward to that as well. But Vox Populi, Vox Dei, and the people have spoken. So, Tracy Davidson Celestine, Professor, she spoke about regrouping. What are some of the things that regrouping should entail, should involve?
Well, I mean, what is going to happen is that the PNM will have to have a post-mortem on this election to try to understand what went wrong for them. And there are many factors that they will have to obviously engage. Of course, the reactions to the autonomy bill will be one. The whole situation with the internal election in 2020 that led to Tracy Davidson Celestine being elected as the political leader of the PNM Tobago Council. And then the move shortly thereafter to remove Mr. Kelvin Charles as the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly. But Tracy Davidson Celestine could not become the Chief Secretary because she was not an elected member, so that Mr. Charles was removed as Chief Secretary and Mr. Ansel Dennis was installed as the Chief Secretary, and Tracy Davidson Celestine became the Secretary for Health in the Tobago House of Assembly. There are many inside and outside the PNM who speculate that that decision to remove Mr. Charles was not perhaps the best decision that the party could have made. They were already in an election year in January, February, March 2020. I think by April of 2020, Mr. Charles was removed and he was made an ordinary secretary in the THA. And Mr. Ansel Dennis became the chief secretary. That piece of politics is something, and the removal of Kelvin Charles is something that ought not to be underestimated in terms of its impact. And then, of course, the other thing was the fact that the PNM did adopt this runoff election for its internal leadership, and Mr. Charles was challenged by Tracy Davidson Celestine and others for the leadership, and it ended up that both he, Kelvin Charles, and Tracy Davidson Celestine emerged as the top two candidates, but no one had more than 50% of the votes. So under the runoff system, both Mr. Charles and Tracy Davidson Celestine went forward to a second ballot. And interestingly, both Mr. Joel Jack, who was the Deputy Chief Secretary, and Dr. Denise Soyafat Angus, who was presiding officer who had resigned in order to contest to become the leader of the PNM Tobago Council, they threw their support behind Tracy Davidson Celestine for the runoff election. And she won the runoff election. And I think that what happened afterwards in an election year was perhaps not the best thing that the PNM could have done in 2020, going towards a January 2021 election, which was to remove Kelvin Charles as the chief secretary. There was a lot of feeling, and it wasn't exactly a very pleasant one. And then what happened in the January 2021 election preparation, Dr. Denise Soyafat Angus was not chosen as a PNM candidate. I think that also had an impact, and she decided to run as an independent candidate. And that also was a bit of murky politics that was not something that really allowed the PNM to have its best foot going forward. So that it ended up 6-6. And then there was a power sharing offering from the PDP to the PNM, let's share power. And at the end of the day, the PNM did not accept the offer, did not go through with it. And the situation is one where the government in Port of Spain came up with this idea of amending the Tobago House of Assembly Act to create 15 seats and have the EBC do the job. After the autonomy bills came to a stall, the door was open to have this election. The EBC, the act was proclaimed, the EBC got to work and produced a report by August 30th of 2021, and that report went forward and was approved in the Parliament, and here we are tonight.
And with regard to the creating of those new divisions, I want to ask about the process of that, but we do that after we speak with Daniel. And Daniel, so as you were stepping down in a concession speech, leader of the Tobago Council, Tracy Davidson Celestine, was also still advocating for individuals to get vaccinated against COVID-19. What are your thoughts from the speech? What are your thoughts looking at the results that we are seeing at this point in time, Daniel? Daniel, wondering if you're still with us? Okay, well, while we are waiting to get Daniel back on the line, Professor, what is the process? So what process would the EBC have followed to say, okay, well, we are going to create these new divisions? What's that process like?
Well, they would have to look at the population density and use population density as the basis, because there is a formula that they must not be 25% above or 25% below what the standard electorate ought to be. So what you found is that the newer seats were created towards the center and the western end of Tobago, while the eastern end of Tobago remained largely untouched. Lansfamy, Palatuvia, Speyside, that is perhaps the largest geographical electoral district remained untouched. All the polling divisions intact, the name intact, and nothing really changed. So that I think that scientifically speaking, there was a process of using population density as a means of determining this. There was an attempt to have a judicial review of the EBC's decision that was refused by a judge, and what has happened now is that the election has been held, the people have spoken, and you know, the issue sometimes is that you can't just cast people as being robotic in terms of how they are going to vote, because there are many things that will excite people one way or the other. I am anxious to see what the turnout was in this election, 51% in January or thereabouts. I'm imagining that you may have had a little more than 51% tonight, because I'm seeing some switch-arounds in some PNM areas. The PDP held all of their seats, and they have picked up PNM seats, and they've picked up some of these marginals.
And we also, we also had the PDP saying that when they looked at midday, there was an increase in voting. So if that trend would have progressed to the afternoon, into evening, we will see what the numbers look like eventually. But you spoke about the science, but sometimes the science doesn't necessarily match the optics. And you spoke about that Lansfomé, Speyside area, which was the largest, but at the same time remained untouched.
Yeah, no polling divisions were moved from there. That remained untouched. And there was one other name eludes me now. But the reality is that the rearrangements took place in the other electoral districts. So I think we're ending up with either 11-4 or 12-3. We just have to wait and see what the final outcome is going to be. But we just need to get some other figures in, and once those figures come in, then we can make some final determinations as regards who has retained their seats and who has won, who are the new winners, and those among the PNM candidates who have retained their seats.
And we are looking along with you on You Decide THA Elections 2021. I'm wondering if Daniel, you're here with us now?
What do you?
All right, so we can see you. So I guess we are getting a little closer to it.
I was having some problems unmuting my mic. Sorry about that.
No problem, but you're there with us now. So what takeaways do you have thus far from the concession speech and any other part in this evening's?
Well, evidently, as the professor rightly put it, a political earthquake has occurred and the epicenter is in Scarborough, Tobago. The people of Tobago have spoken, and they have spoken resoundingly in favor of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, and congratulations to them. In the concession speech by the PNM, it is noteworthy how they commended the PDP, how they wished them well in their term of office. And I as well wish the incoming administration all the best in pushing the agendas, the interests, the wants and needs of Tobagonians forward in the future.
But looking at the fact that as the political leader of the Tobago Council would have said that it would have been unprecedented for 5 terms, 5 consecutive terms, and that not happening. Did you expect such a large margin, Daniel?
I personally definitely did not expect such a large margin of victory. However, on the ground, I did hear the cries, I did hear the clamoring, but the margin of victory that we see here tonight is really significant. So it speaks to the Tobago electorate as being a very action-driven, intelligent, and progressive electorate that doesn't just sit there and feel downtrodden and say, vote PNM because PNM for life. It shows that the electorate of Tobago is well-informed, is decision-oriented, is action-forward, and that is reflected in tonight's results. Once they are displeased, they would vote you out. If they are pleased, they would keep you for service. And that is manifested here tonight.
All right. Well, Mrs. Davidson Celestin said from her view, she thinks the campaign was up to par. I wanna get your view. What do you think may have been some of those tweaks that could have been done a little differently leading up to the election this evening?
Well, Professor touched on it quite intricately with respect to all the internal squabbles that would have occurred with respect to the change in internal leadership within the PNM, with respect to the removal of Mr. Kelvin Charles as the Chief Secretary and putting Ms. Tracy Davidson Celestine in that post. That drew a lot of tension within the internal workings of the party, and we can see that that is manifested here today. Another issue of contention would relate to the Tobago Autonomy Bill, where in large part a lot of Tobagonians say that it is not representative of their wants and needs. They want further advocacy, they want further consultations, and they want further Tobagonian input within these bills. That is also another issue that would have swayed the election in this way. And then we could even talk about the airport expansion project, where they had to displace a number of persons who were claiming that they did not get fair settlements for their land. It is these issues across the Tobago space, these issues across the internal workings of the PNM that could have contributed to this output we're seeing here tonight.
And we are still waiting on speeches from Farley Augustine as well as Watson Duke, and we will bring those to you when they are at hand. We take a short break and return with more. This is You Decide, THA Elections 2021. Stay with us.
TDT News, committed, accurate, relevant.
Positivity to me is a way of life. It's a way of being.
I like words.
Tactical.
If I had so much
This place.
Outside of the community.
So we know what a man gang need.
Music is the healing. Find a new skill or to do something.
You want this to be 25% of your meal.
You can go to Olympics too.
Tokyo 2020 became the goal.
And we're going to talk about achieving.
And that was my dream, to get 9 ones.
Out of the word achieve, you're left with ICE. Now everybody could achieve and have.
You are dearer to me than all the stars. So many wish but never reach. 'Cause when I'm falling and all the world seems dark, you help me find my peace. Oh, shun mi ba fishani. Oh, shun mi ba.
I'm Renee Sion with another edition of Caribbean Week in Review.
My wife betrayed me.
But my husband did not betray me.
The question is, why did she do that with me?
The question is, did this even happen?
Both were holding each other's hand while dying.
But was that true or not?
One incident, two strangers. The story is of Aditya and Zoya. Fepana.
TDT News, delivering more news more often to more people. Follow us on social media at TDT Live Online. Log on to www.tdt.live.
Welcome back to You Decide THA Elections 2021, where it is looking, or actually the PNM has conceded, and we're waiting on speeches from political leader of the PDP as well as deputy political leader. We've heard that Farley Augustine, the deputy political leader, the projected chief secretary, will be giving his address virtually, and we will see what is happening with the leader of the PDP, Watson Solomon Duke. But before that, though, I call these two names Professor Hamed Ghani. And what part does personality and the aura around the personality play in an event like this? Even though you itemize milestones and touchstones and things into the lead up of this election, but the pull of individuals like Watson Duke and Farley Augustine, where does that factor into an election like this?
Well, in societies like ours, that does factor in. I mean, the levels of charisma in the politics in Trinidad and Tobago is something that we see. It may take many different forms, but charisma is an attractive force in the politics, and you have to be able to understand its impact, the ability to move a crowd on a platform. Of course, in the COVID era, we're now doing this virtually and doing this in various other ways, so that you have to be able to project through the screen exactly how effective you can be, because your message, and you could stand up and give a very dry speech. It might have been a wonderful speech, but the manner of its delivery was of such a nature that it made very little impact on anyone. You get up there in a fiery manner in which you deliver, and that is something that will capture people and will resonate with them and may move them in respect of it. So yes, you're right. There is a factor with regard to personality.
And I ask you the same question, Daniel, because Professor, you speak about getting up there in a fiery manner. We see some people in boxing rings. So how did that charisma play into what it is we're seeing this evening, Daniel?
Definitely charisma and the emotive appeal to the population is an important factor that would have swayed this election in the way it did. I mean, coming from a trade union background, the PDP would have had, let's say, the upper hand in being able to really appeal to persons, Tobagonians' deepest emotions, and really channel that drive for a change. I believe the PDP had that edge with that respect, especially coming from a leader like Watson Duke, who is very emotional, who is very emotionally driven in his campaign. They would have had that edge with respect in comparison to the PNM. However, I believe that on the other hand, the PNM would have also had a number of candidates and competitors who would have employed these same ideals, who would have had the charisma necessary for service. And, well, we still wait to see the results coming out of a few seats, but I believe some of these persons may be victorious as well.
And one of the things you just touched on, the emotional aspect, the fiery characteristic and charisma of Watson Duke. But some people may say that Farley Augustine brings, I don't want to say a stabilizing force, but he brings something to the table. What would that be from your perspective, Daniel?
Well, firstly, let me commend Farley Augustine as a youth, as a former Bishopian. Congratulations on your victory. I think Farley, as you rightfully said, brings that stable, level-headed, logic-based value or drive to the PDP. He simmers down the conversation when it seems to get a bit out of hand, when it seems to get heated. He is level-headed, he is focused, and really and truly, I believe that he will do well in bringing Tobagonians the type of representation that they want to see amidst all the divisiveness. So I believe Mr. Farley Augustine is well equipped insofar as his ability to give the PDP that calm, level-headed edge.
And it's definitely something, because looking at the PDP, and we see, okay, well, you all are using just this color but we're going to have this uniform that is built this way, and we are bringing these different elements, and even looking at the way that I believe Farley would have told a former chief secretary that I'm going to be in this position in some time, so look at me and watch me work, and moving forward. Professor, the idea of youth but level-headed, being able to appeal to Tobagonians on more than one front and format, how do you think that serves Farley moving forward in a time where there needs to be healing, there needs to be bringing together the political divide so that Tobago and the best interest of Tobago is served, Professor?
Yes, well, I mean, the issue of that calm, level-headed approach is going to be part of the profile that will have to be projected, because you don't want to win an election and then get into gloating and so on. That's the worst thing that you could possibly do. So you need to be reassuring. It's been a very divisive battle, so you need to be reassuring of the whole community. The mantle is being passed to you. The pendulum has swung, and now it is time for getting on with the business of government in new hands, and the assurances to all that you are going to govern in the interests of Tobago. Of course, there will be changes that are inevitable, because that is what comes when you have a change of administration. You will get changes in respect of the politics of the arena, and that's just normal. That's the way that the pendulum swings from one side to the other. And in that sense, the need to reassure the community in how you intend to govern and to project. So on the one hand, you do have your supporters to reward, and on the other hand, you do have a situation in which you also want to ensure that your policies are going to be beneficial to the residents of the island.
And you spoke about policies. You also mentioned the fact that health and the COVID pandemic is something that will be on the front burner, Professor. I want to ask you, Daniel, what do you think that the incoming administration should be looking at? Because, yes, you've been speaking about youth policies, creating access. Tobago youth want more jobs on island. But what are some of those things that you say, okay, well, these are the first things, the first order of business in order to have Tobago be where it wants to be in terms of the administration dealing with the Tobago House of Assembly?
Well, I think the first thing that this incoming administration really needs to do is bring the island of Tobago together. This election has been exhausting, and having 2 elections in 1 year, evidently it puts a strain not only on the political activists involved, but on the people. So I believe that this incoming administration really needs to push that thrust towards togetherness, push that thrust towards working for both PDP supporters, working for PNM supporters, working for IDA supporters, working for independent supporters, and working overall for the development of Tobago. We need to build that unity. We need to come together. We need to manifest the words in our national anthem. Side by side we stand, in order for the key issues surrounding autonomy, surrounding our development of the tourism product, surrounding youth development. In order for all those issues to really manifest and really actualize in our Tobago space, we need to build back better. We need to come together, and we need to push forward with a common purpose right now.
And it seems as though the PDP address has started virtually we're not carrying it to it though. But I want to ask though, Professor, do you think that this immediately means secession? Or do we start along that road?
No, I don't think so at all. I think that to begin with, the Tobago House of Assembly doesn't have the power to engage that. That power resides with the National Parliament. I think that that is not something that's immediately on the horizon.
But what do you think they will do with it? Or in terms of explain that process for me a little more, sir.
Well, you have an autonomy bill before the Parliament. That you have to legislate for that. If that is going to happen, the THA cannot.
All right, and we're seeing Farley Chavez Augustine giving us his address, so we move directly to that.
It's a telling sign. It is reflective of the fact that the Progressive Democratic Party, started its movement right here in Tobago East, right here in country. And I know at one time many said that a countryman can't run tongue. That's right. But a countryman will be running tongue as of this week. But I assure you that this countryman will not be running tongue for country people alone. Because we want an island where there is no tongue versus country, no north versus south, but just one Tobago where every community benefits equally, where big and small contractors benefit equally, where employment opportunities are shared equally, where the THA is not controlled by party groups, but controlled by legitimate communities. That's the kind of development we offered you. And so tonight, Tobago starts a new day for Tobago. It starts as of midnight. We wake up tomorrow with new resolve. We wake up tomorrow ready for change. PDP, family, friends who are here, I urge you, we cannot behave like those we replaced tonight. We have to do better. We are required to do better. The standard is higher for us. And it is important that that standard be raised high enough that even our friends and family in Trinidad can look on and begin to envy what we are able to accomplish in our small democracy and on our small island. Tobago, I cannot thank you enough. This win should also be a solid message to the central government, being led by a Tobago-born Prime Minister, that you cannot treat Tobagonians the way you want. We will reject that, and we have rejected that. Let this win be a strong message that Tobago has rejected your incomplete autonomy bill, and we demand more. Let this be a resounding message, a strong message, that we have rejected your notion that we are only good enough to earn $200 million per year and we must resort to being beggars of the national purse. Let this be a strong message, Mr. Prime Minister, that we in Tobago have rejected your bullying tactics, and that the kind of bullying that is part of the political culture in Trinidad is not welcomed in Tobago. And so, Mr. Prime Minister, even before we get to Thursday's swearing in, I want to say to you that I hope we can have a cordial relationship, because country must come before party and country must come before self. I urge you, do not spite Tobago, because the Tobagonians I know are mighty enough to also get rid of you. Let that be a warning that you ought to respond to us in a dignified manner, and that we are willing to work with you to see this island develop. We have been behind for far too long. Our development parameters have not worked for far too long, and it has to work from henceforth. And Mr. Prime Minister, we want you to share our vision. You are not Prime Minister for the PNM, but you are Prime Minister for all of Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, you must conduct yourself in that office that is reflective of an absence of bias when it comes to the people of Tobago, because we will not accept any form of biases from you whatsoever. But I cannot stand here tonight and not end by thanking my family who has been around me, because very often we ignore the fact that success is never an individual story. We stand tall tonight, all 15 of us PDP candidates, because we are able to be hoisted upon someone's shoulder, because someone fought for us. Your PDP candidates, we are no big shots. We ain't come from no privileged family. But we came from humble beginnings just like you. And you, the people, have to keep reminding us of that. Because sometimes when secretaries start driving in Prados, they just forget how it feels to sit in the back of a wing road. We have to remain humble and remain with our people. This has to be about good representation for the people. And let me make it clear, I love you, Tobago, more than I love my party. You have to come above the party I represent. And that must be the case for every single member who will be declared official winners of seats. Representation counts. It counts and it means something. And so I wish to thank again my family, thank the villagers of Speyside, because I am here because the fishermen who own these galvanized sheds here that operate from here daily, these were the people who, when I was studying, will save up the fish in the freezer to ensure I get good food when I come home and look in Nashi. My neighbors around here acted as my surrogate parents, and when my parents couldn't afford to send me to university, couldn't afford plane tickets, my neighbors shipped in. And it's that kind of Tobagonianness we are celebrating tonight. The kind of Tobagonianness where we know about Lenhan, where we are there in joy or in sorrow for each other. That's the kind of Tobago we need to monetize. That's the kind of Tobago value we have to hold on to. The kind of Tobago that allows us to have something like a harvest festival and allow strangers into our homes. That's the kind of Tobago we have to fight to protect. That's the kind of Tobago that has to lead the way in the transformation of this island. Let me call by name my other candidates. I have mentioned with great gratitude the work that our political leader, Comrade Watson Duke, has done when it comes to this party and this revolution. And so I will forever big you up, Mr. Duke, because this revolution could not happen if you were not brave enough to step out. And you have taken all the vilification in this country, all the slander in this country, on behalf of all of us who fought so hard to ensure we get this change tonight. Dr. Faith B. Israel, you have been an excellent source of strength during these COVID times, and we expect you as soon as Friday to be able to lead Tobago correctly when it comes to our response to COVID. Ms. Megan Morrison, Mount St. George Goodwood, you are a second-time contender in this election, and we thank you for offering yourself. Sister Natisha Charles Pantin, who it looks like have hung the jack tonight. You came into this as an underdog and you worked hard. Brother Trevor James, Scarborough and Mount Grace, you helped crafted our vision for redeveloping Scarborough and turning it into a city. Brother Ian Whitey Pollard, you were one of those who begun the swing to this day. In fact, you were the first out the gates in January, winning your seat in January and winning it convincingly again. Sister Abby Taylor, you have strength beyond strength. You vied for a seat that people thought was a foregone conclusion, but they did not understand your quiet power, and you showed up powerful in the polls today. Brother Niall George, you're having a new lease on life. Plymouth Blackrock, and perhaps your gifting comes from the fact that you are part from Plymouth and part from Speyside, and we celebrate you too, even from Speyside, because your father is from a stone throw away from here. Sister Zorisha Amina Hackett, they could talk you all they want, they cannot stop your strides. Walk with your head high, my sister. You are a fine example of what an area representative looks like. Brother Joel Notsis Sampson, Bonaccord Crown Point, I know you felt cheated in the last election, but sometimes God says, wait. Sometimes God says, hold on. Go a little bit more. And tonight, God has rewarded you finally. We then move to Brother Wayne Wasp Clark. This is your 3rd time running. You are a volunteer extraordinaire, and we thank you for offering yourself. Brother Nigel Tate, you are one of the hardest tasks of all, because you had to go up against the leader of the other team. And you did so, and you worked hard, and you put in the work. Pastor Terence Baines, Bethel New Grange, we thank you for your hard work. We thank you for your prayerful nature. And we thank you for reminding us that God is in every victory. Brother Sonny Craig, at this moment it looks like Boku Mount Pleasant will be having sunny days ahead. And that is a seat that has never been won by anybody but the PNM. And if the numbers hold out true, you may be walking into Jerningham Street, number 1 Jerningham Street on Thursday as the new era representative. We have had a very long and arduous battle. And Tobago, you are with us all the way. For our campaign managers, the action group leaders, those who canvassed and walked on the ground, those of you Facebook warriors, without us asking you a word, you pick every fight. Sorry, you pick up every fight online. You fought and fought hard. And it shows that you wanted this change even more than we did. This election victory is a powerful message to the country that money does not win election, but good heart and plenty guts wins election. This victory is a telling sign that Tobagonians cannot be bought or sold, and no amount of big money from Trinidad putting slanderous ads on TV will ever convince us. No amount of big money from Trinidad trying to ensure that they rule this place can ever win an election in Tobago. Tobagonians are intelligent people, and we will make up our minds on our own. And we thank you, Tobago, for demonstrating once again what being a Tobagonian means. And of course, that includes those of you who have made Tobago your home for many years, who have changed your residency to Tobago. Those of you born elsewhere and living here, we include you as well. And so tonight, I want to say a special commendation to my opponent and student. Sometimes a teacher needs to discipline a student to correct a student. But I urge you tonight, my young sister, I urge you to understand that this discipline was done in love, and that my love and respect for you has not changed, and that the Tobago I am fighting for is a Tobago that you too can be proud of, that will seek your best interests. And so I thank you for running this campaign, and I tell you, take heart. Take heart. I know we will see sometime soon because we reside in the same community. And I want you to know that notwithstanding the bitterness, notwithstanding the hatred that was pushed, notwithstanding the lies that were told, that you are forgiven and there is room in the inn for you. Rock and come in. I also wish to express gratitude even while I'm here, because I'm seeing teachers here, people who taught me. I'm seeing former colleagues of mine who I taught with at Speyside High School. I'm seeing people that I went to school with. I am seeing neighbors that I attend church with. And this is a sign that it does not only take a village to raise a child, but it takes a village to promote a child. And I thank you for the elevation that you have given to me, and I accept it humbly. We will walk humbly hereafter. I am painfully aware that we have no honeymoon whatsoever, and we are required to get to work immediately. The election is over, and it was purposeful that I wore stark white tonight as a symbol that I have already taken off my black and my green, and I'm ready to engage you as an ordinary Tobagonian and not as a PDP, because your Tobagonianness means more to me than the party you represent. I urge you, let us work together. I urge all the public servants, the workers within the THA, that you help us as we change the guards. We are depending on you. We are depending on you to be honest. We are depending on you to become the guardians of all state resources. And we are depending on you to guide this young, new team along the journey we will take for the next 4 years. We have on this island for the first time a political party that will run the executive that has never had a single member in the ranks that were once a member of an executive. But the hallmark of great leadership is a willingness to listen and to learn, is a willingness to take telling, as we say, and it's a willingness to engage those who might be more experienced and learned than ourselves. And we promise you that we will do just that. And so Tobago, on behalf of myself, on behalf of my leader, Comrade Watson Solomon Duke, on behalf of the other 13 candidates that joined us, on behalf of the party's executive led by Chairman Dr. Sean Ned and Mr. Andre Cowan, on behalf of the strategists that work in the background, people like Tashia Boris, people like Miss Kimmy Potts, young people again, all of you who work tirelessly in the background, Miss Chanel Felix, all of you work tirelessly in the background. We thank you greatly. And on behalf of Team PDP, we thank you, Tobago, for what you have done tonight. Please let me end by urging you to stay safe. Our COVID numbers are ridiculous, and we clearly have not managed this pandemic well enough, and we have some difficult decisions to make ahead of us. Let us make those decisions wisely, but above all, you, the people, have to make a decision to keep yourself safe. We don't have enough ICUs to take care of all of you, and we want you to live as long as you can possibly live. Please keep yourself safe, keep our children safe, protect.
Okay, Mr. Richards, what do you think? What do you think? That was Farley Augustine giving his victory speech?
Well, that's the Chief Secretary-elect.
Oh, sorry, the Chief
so
Secretary.
Let us give him the accolade that he deserves, the Chief Secretary-elect. If you listen to the tone and the contents of his victory, he is about, you know, bringing the island together, providing a new type of leadership, a new type of social construct where participation and involvement of the communities and every single Tobagonian will be the mantra or will be the philosophical base of his administration. You know, as he said, he took off the PDP jersey and wear white to say that when he governs, he's not governing as the Chief Secretary of the PDP, but the Chief Secretary of Tobago. And those are symbolic intention that, you know, that is probably close to his heart and in his heart. So we have to acknowledge that and celebrate that. And those are the things by which the Tobagonians will hold him accountable and measure his dispensation as he goes along. So therefore, those are good symbols, those are good intent, good demonstration of intent, and therefore we must commend him as a young incoming leader of Tobago.
Excellent. And quickly, just tell us what are your thoughts on the concession speech done by the PNM, very quickly.
Well, the PNM, clearly they are shocked and they have to concede. You know, they recognize that they have to listen to the people, they have to do a post-mortem. In every death situation, you have to find the cause of death, you know, and that is expected. You know, I think that given the PNM as a party that is over 50-something years old, they have strong institutional arrangement that will outlive every one of those members who spoke there tonight. And I expect them over the time to really rebuild the party, you know, you know, systematically, you know, but their growth in the politics in Tobago will certainly be conditioned on the leadership of the incoming administration, you know. So it was fairly what is expected, you know. They did not give any numbers. We don't know what the final tallies are in terms of the seats, but I'm hearing it's 15-0.
Right.
You know, so we welcome them. We thank everyone for participating in the election.
Yes.
We thank God for the fact that Tobago is now clear on a path in terms of its leadership and its administration, and the people have spoken. The people have decided that they need a new experience. They are prepared to walk a road that they have not walked before and see where it takes them. So we have to congratulate even the maturity of the electors to really make this bold choice today.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Richards. And let me also thank the other panelists that were here. Ms. Shirley Cook, Vice President of the Crown Point Partnership Association. We want to thank, of course, the President of the Tobago Youth Council, Janae Campbell, Mr. Kwesi Devines, the PNM Tobago Council PRO, as well as Mrs. Caroline Birchwood James, the VP of the Tobago Hotel and Tourism Association. And of course, thanks to Magdalena Grand Resort here in Tobago and the team that is here from Tobago. We give you thanks, of course. This was You Decide THA Elections 2021. It's back to Trinidad.
Thank you so much, Natoya. And as we heard some of that charisma from Mr. Augustine, and he spoke of a new day full of new resolve and change, hopefully one that is cordial but will do what needs to be done in an objective and unbiased way that can take talent all towards the betterment of Tobago. So I want to thank very much the guests who are on our side of the fence, as in Professor Hamed Ghani, as well as Daniel Wilson. And we want to thank you for tuning in to TTT. I'm DK Rasta. This has been You Decide, THA Elections 2021. Thank you for joining us.
This is TTT. Live for local.